Welcome to this meeting of Southdown National Park Authority's Planning Committee. If at any time you can't hear me, will you please let me know? Because I know it's not always good in here. My name is Heather Baker. I'm the chairman of this committee. Planning Committee is not a public meeting. It is a meeting held in public. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee members to listen to the officers' presentations and the public speakers before debating the issues and coming to a decision on the items on today's agenda. I'd like to remind members and the members of the public that the National Park members have a primary responsibility for ensuring that the authority furthers the National Park purposes and duty. Members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority and will act in the best interests of the authority and of the park rather than as delegates representing the interests of their appointing authority or any other interest groups. During the meeting, you may see members using their tablets or phones. Please be assured this is to review background information such as local plans, maps, or plans of applications under consideration, or other associated planning documents. To minimize disruption, may I ask you all to turn your phones to silent? Can I also remind members and officers to speak clearly and directly into the microphone, moving the microphone forward if necessary. So, and before we move any further on, I'd just like to inform you all that we will have a 2-minute silence at 12. So, item number 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence. I have apologies from Gary Marsh and Stephen McAuliffe, and I think the rest of us are here. Declarations of interest. Does anybody have a declaration of interest? John?
Yes, Chair. I have a declaration of interest on item 12 because I'm a member of the A29 Committee for Bury Parish Council, and also in item 12 it cites a case example for Fittleworth, which is in my ward.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Janet?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, exactly the same as John Cross, because Fittleworth is within my division as a county councillor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Daniel?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have a public service interest in respect to item 11 because of the financial involvement of Lewes District Council in the project, and I've been advised I should withdraw from that for that agenda item as a result.
Thank you very much. And I have to declare an interest in item 11 because I am the nominee on the judicial inquiry. So I will be stepping down from the chairman's role, and John Hyland will be taking over for that item. So, and let's move on now to minutes of the previous meeting, which was held on the 10th of April. If anybody has any comments to make on that, I'll be happy to take them. If not, I'd like to take those minutes as read, and I will sign them at the end of this meeting. Do we have any updates on previous committee decisions, John? Rob.
Yes, we do, Chairman. And members, it's always good when I can bring you updates of decisions that have been issued. These were some time ago, one being in March of 24 that we considered it, and the other one in April of 24. To preempt your questions, I will tell you why there were delays with regard to the issue of those decisions. The first one was in March of 2024, where you considered an application for 5 dwellings at land east of South Bank, Elstead Road, South Harting, and resolved to approve that. The reasons for the delays were predominantly concerning ownership issues that required land registry involvement, and I think there were 9 different parties that needed to be signed into the bespoke water neutrality solution. So that's why there were the delays for that, but that has now been issued. Secondly, we considered one in April of last year for land south of Church Road Steep. That was for 9 dwellings. Members will recall that site. The decision has now been issued on that. The reasons for the delays on that was that the legal agreement needed, because it related to almshouses, it required a specific wording with regard to that required 3 parties involved in discussing and getting the details of that firmed up. So, but we are now at the point that that's been issued, so that's good news as far as that's concerned. I'm just going to pass across to Tim. Tim, did you want to mention any other updates or not?
Thank you. Members, you'll be aware that unauthorised works have taken place recently at Line Lane in Lurgashall. It's had quite a lot of press and PR, and caravans have moved on site. We will be producing a briefing note, given that this is a live enforcement case and legal proceedings have begun, to keep you informed, and we'll hope to have that to you by the end of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That's a source of great concern to a lot of people, I'm sure. So that's no more urgent items? No. We'll move on then to development management. And the first item on the agenda, item 6, is at Matterley Farm, Ovington, Hampshire. And this is change of use of land from agricultural to meet agricultural, and holding of one music festival once a year. I'd like to ask Rob to take us through the report, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. If I can first of all ask you to sort of have regard to the update sheet, you'll see about the sort of correspondence that there's been back and forth that I've relayed to you there in relation to photographs of the Matterley Bowl and in relation to the condition of the Matterley Bowl there. Hopefully that's self-explanatory, but obviously happy to answer any questions in relation to that. You'll also see there was an additional letter with a number of questions relating predominantly to biodiversity net gain. You'll see in there that we have, in brackets, are my responses to the issues that have been raised there by the local resident, and hopefully that, again, those are self-explanatory to you. I do have a further update, but I'm going to deal with that within my presentation, which relates to the Highways Authority position. So I'll deal with that as we go through it now. So members, you'll see that the application is for a music festival event to occur once a calendar year. I will give you some clarification just so we're absolutely clear what the applicants are seeking permission for. They seek a temporary approval for 5 years. The attendance numbers that they're proposing are 75,999 with 1,000 additional on Sundays. The earlier approval, which expired at the end of December last year, was for 64,999 with 1,000 additional on Sundays. This application does use additional access points on the A31 and the A272 and Rodfield Lane. There is a smaller overall site area compared to the previously approved temporary permission, but there are certain expanded areas towards Rodfield Lane, and I'll look at those in a bit more detail. And this application does continue the previous approvals where it seeks retention of the structures that are in the woodland that form part of some of the stages and the event areas in relation to the festival. So, further clarification, you'll see in the report that we were awaiting consultation response from the Highways Authority. They've raised no objections subject to a condition that the use of access gate L shall not start until lines of sight have been provided in accordance with the approved plans, and lines of sight shall be kept free of obstructions exceeding 0.6 metres in height. Just so you're aware, to give you some understanding of where gate L is, if I can just show that on the left-hand side, which is the site location, you'll see there you've got Cheesefoot Head, just where my cursor is at the moment, and you go past there. There's an access there, which is ordinarily the access for the motocross, and just a bit further on, before you get to Rodfield Lane, there's an access there, which is Gate L. On the right here are the plans which the Highways Authority refer to in terms of what they say needs to be in place before the festival starts, but they have no objection to the application. So, members, in terms of the main issues, the issues are whether the short-term impacts, when balanced against the long-term benefits, further the purposes of the park. In addition, there is the major development consideration, and hopefully my report has clarified that. the landscape, ecology and biodiversity net gain impact, and solutions and enhancements, mitigation and management in relation to that. Amenity impacts, noise and light pollution, together with the impact on economy and traffic considerations. I thought it good at this point, and I'll come back to this later on, members, but I think one of the overarching questions we have regard to the LURA Act is, local authorities have to seek to avoid harm and contribute to the conservation and enhancement of natural beauty, special qualities and key characteristics of protected landscapes. So obviously we have to have regard to that in the consideration of our application, and one of the overarching questions is, does the proposal do that? And so we'll come back to that later on, but I'll talk you through some of the site. This is the site location plan. Essentially the shaded area is the active area for the application site, and the other elements are excluded from the application site. In particular, and I'll show you this a bit later, we have the triple SI which surrounds the bowl there. Other areas like the motocross track there, areas here that are sort of like islands where there will be no development for the festival within those areas for the event. What is important to note, and I'll show these in a minute, is that there are elements that have changed from the previous one. I think I've said in it that it's a smaller area in terms of the site area, how much the site area is, but obviously that's because these bits are now omitted from the site area. But there are elements where they have extended out. Let's have a look at the next one. So if you look at the previous one there, I know it's not entirely clear, but you'll see that there was a wider red outline which, following my cursor, went around this whole area, which technically meant that all that area could be used or utilised as part of the previous approval. You'll see here that it actually reduces in some areas, does go out further towards Rodfield Lane there. You'll see that it sort of extends out there, and you have these access points here. But in other regards, you'll see that other elements have been reduced, and you'll see that it doesn't include the sort of area towards the northeast there, where the previous one did. Although I don't recall that there was significant or any sort of use in relation to those northern areas as part of the festivals over the years. Just some to get our bearings. This is the triple SI, which wraps around this particular area here. And the South Downs Way. And you'll see that the South Downs Way goes from Cheesefoot Head through the site, turns to the east, along towards Rodfield Lane and then beyond. The applicants have as part of this application, provided a parameters plan indicating where the different areas would be for the festival. You'll see here that the hatch blue is the event space. Over the last 2 or 3 years, I'd say that significant sort of stage areas have been within the bowl here. But it does talk about event space being here. Members will recall when you visited the site and walked down the South Downs Way, you came to this point here and looked out as the land sort of splayed out there, and that's part of the event space there. You'll also see that it talks about the green areas for camping, dark green area for back of house, and arrows around the site indicating the access points, which includes Gate Owl, which I mentioned. Obviously, I can come back to that slide later if there are any questions. Just some photos of the site. I'll go through these, giving some indication of Matterley. That's the bowl there that you see. This is it looking from within the site back up towards the A272 and showing the triple SI areas. You'll see there that as it wraps around the bowl. This is where the coach pad is on the corner of the A31 272. This is showing where the area is as it's scraped back, as it were, for the festival. And that's just showing it when it's, as it were, in recovery after the events and is reseeded. Just some other sort of photos from around the site. This is as it drops, the land drops down towards the bowl, which is on the left there. This is one of the areas as you go down the South Downs Way and look to your right. This is part of the site here. This again, part of the site, and this is going away from the bowl in a northern direction. And this, members, as you remember me saying, this was the area where as we walked down the South Downs Way, that's the South Downs Way to the right of you there, and this sort of, you have the trees that sort of, and hedgerow that sort of hug the right-hand side here, and the wooded area here, and as it drops down, as the South Downs Way drops down there before it turns right later on, and that would be part of the event space. And I know there's been catering and other elements within there over previous years with the festival. Just to explain, with regard to security fencing and the South Downs Way diversion, if you look at the plan here, you've got Cheesefoot Head, where ordinarily the South Downs Way would go down here and then across, as I've already said. When the festival's on, they have a diversion which takes it down the 272, just obviously in a safe way, inside the sort of estate, to there, then across here where it meets back up with the South Downs Way as it is, and has the and where it meets with Rodfield Lane there. In terms of the security fencing, it's clear, it's fair to say that over years the security fencing, which is quite high, and it has changed over the years. And whilst it says, you'll see here, the proposed security fencing for this year, if you look at the beige dotted area here, this shows previous areas. This in fact is 2018 that was used with that security fencing. So you see in some places it's gone back further within to the site, and in some it's expanded out. In here you'll see there that it's expanded out, but in other places it's gone in. And obviously with regard to here, it does drop out to closer to Rodfield Lane than it previously did. But as with all these things, members, it's useful to remember that this is a temporary fencing for the festival, and as I say, it's changed over time, smaller in some areas, increased in others. The South Downs Way route has generally been the same most years. This year it appears to be further to the east than it has been before. In terms of the organisation of the event, it's fluid over the years, and some areas may be subject to change, e.g. Rodfield Lane areas this year. But all would be the subject of an event management plan, which is part of the conditions that have been sort of suggested for the application if members were minded to approve. And this is going back to overarching considerations with regard to the application. I think it's fair to say that officers accept that there are short-term adverse impacts. I don't think we can get away from that in relation to impact on the landscape for the, sometimes for the setup, for the operation, and then for the takedown. There are short-term adverse impacts on ecology, noise pollution, and light pollution. However, we have to then consider, are there short-term benefits? There are clearly benefits to the economy, but we appreciate this is balanced in this respect. It is considered that there is a short-term benefit in meeting purpose too, in terms of people attending the event who might otherwise not have accessed the park, and in sort of an age cohort that it does tend to be underrepresented in terms of visiting the park. In terms of long-term benefits, as part of this application, officers have had consideration to whether there is a package within any approval which could lead us to the conclusion that the application actually not only conserves and enhance over long term, over the estate and the application site for the rest of the year and the rest of the permission. As part of this, obviously, any biodiversity net gain secured on will be part of a 30-year plan. There is the BLEMP, as it's called, the Biodiversity Landscape Mitigation, Enhancement and Management Measures document that officers have suggested can be secured, and that will be there for the life of the permission. But also you've got the continued retention of benefits that were secured under previous temporary approvals, the permissive footpath that takes you from Cheeseford Head to the car park, cycle water station, to name just two. So we go back to that overarching question in relation to the National Parks and Access to the Countryside Act 1949. Your officer's consideration is that the securing of the BLEMP plan and with appropriate enhancements and actions will contribute to the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty, special qualities and key characteristics of this protected landscape, and the recommendation is therefore one for approval. I'm obviously happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I would also mention that we obviously have colleagues from Winchester City Council if there are any questions with regard to noise and environmental health, environmental protection issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. We now have a number of public speakers. The first public speakers are against the application, and we'll start with Councillor David Payne, who represents Cheriton Parish Council. Each speaker has 3 minutes, and I will stop you at the end of 3 minutes.
You now have an active legal duty to prioritise Purpose 1 over Purpose 2. What better way to conserve and enhance the natural beauty than to have local plan policy SD6 safeguarding views? My parish council submitted photographic evidence showing non-compliance with SD6 at Cheeseford Head, one of only 6 iconic views in the park present on the authority's website. Bizarrely, the committee report does not give you any advice about SD6. Policy SD7, relative tranquility, states proposals will only be permitted where they conserve and enhance relative tranquility, and in highly tranquil and intermediate tranquility areas, they should not harm relative tranquility. This proposal does not comply. Similarly, SD8, dark night skies, is not complied with. The Environment Agency response referred to 2 source protection zones for public water supplies within the site. Policy SD17, protection of the water environment, refers to SPZs, but these 2 SPZs are not mentioned in the report. Paragraph 190 of the MPPF and Policy SD3, major development, require an assessment of the cost of and scope for developing elsewhere outside the national park. The applicants were informed of this requirement in the authority's scoping opinion letter dated the 12th of July last year. Despite this, no such assessment has been provided. The legal EIA regulations apply. The government website states the purpose of EIA is to protect the environment by ensuring that a local planning authority, when deciding whether to grant planning permission for a project which is likely to have significant effects on the environment, does so in the full knowledge of the likely significant effects and takes this into account in the decision-making process. The report does not advise you about this, and you do not have full knowledge, for example, on ecology. Furthermore, Schedule 4, Paragraph 5E requires the cumulative effects of this project with other approved projects to be considered. Motocross events and tank driving are examples of such projects, but the report is silent on this. In summary, the application does not comply with the MPPF, at least 5 policies in the adopted local plan and EIA regulations, and there are errors and omissions in the committee report. it would be advisable to refuse the application, and there are many reasons to do so, and approval might be unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Terence Jones, who is representing himself.
Boomtown kills birds. That's the impact of 2,000 construction workers for 5 weeks with heavy machinery, followed by thousands of tents and cars and people, all in the season where ground birds are nesting. This is my scientific analysis of Boomtown on the ecology, and particularly the red-listed bird ecology. You should ask why this report was not actively discussed with the Hampshire County Council ecologist who reported to you. The Hampshire Biodiversity Information Centre, an offshoot of Hampshire County Council, is independent. Its data shows that in the immediate period preceding Boomtown, in the 1960s up until 2010-11, the number of highly protected birds on the adjoining farms was very similar to that on Matterley. Today, for every 5 skylarks on those adjoining farms, there is only 1 on Matterley farm. Numbers for other highly protected birds are equally seriously detrimental. This is not a short-term impact. Don't take my word. If you want to risk legal action, please read carefully item 5.3 in the papers, the letter of objection from the Hampshire Ornithological Society, which has 2,000 members. It includes the point that the dates proposed by the applicant are disastrous, their words, for wildlife, as it includes the whole bird nesting season. Now, if you were to give approval, Boomtown, you should remember Boomtown has a very bad record of ecological monitoring and reporting. Working with Boomtown, you could create a precedent benchmark, but you need to work actively with them, and my paper makes suggestions. If you do grant approval, the biodiversity net gain agreement's critical, and Rob Ainsley has reported that I've given several questions that I think you need to seriously address. It's not possible to highlight these, but you can't allow Boomtown and its advisors, EPR, who are a decent firm, to drive the agenda regarding ecological reporting, and you can't allow Boomtown and its advisors to set the benchmarks for biodiversity net gain. You must take independent outside advice on both reporting and BNG. This process must be transparent. It can't be done behind closed doors. Ecology is no longer a nuisance factor that can be ignored.
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. And our next speaker is Christopher Langford, who is representing himself.
My objection is that approving the Boomtown application would be a direct breach of your statutory duty under the Levelling Up Act. This Act mandates that as an active duty, you must further these statutory purposes and prioritise Purpose 1 over Purpose 2. You don't have discretion about this obligation. The new law is clear. And this was underscored by Angela Rayner in March at Manningtree, where she intervened and overruled the planning decision precisely because it failed in its statutory duty to protect the national landscape. If you decide to grant planning permission and the matter goes to judicial review, the judge will look at the law and I contend will decide that the event of a pop festival itself does not further the statutory purposes of a national park. Whilst the applicant may offer biodiversity net gain, and to do so of £1 per ticket sold for the next 5 years, as compensation, the inherent nature of a major pop festival is fundamentally incompatible with the essence of a national park. Can you really convert an exception to policy event into a statutory purpose by the application of BNGs. And think also of the precedent this will set. Any exception to policy planning will cite the decision, just provide some BMGs and all will be okay. You're being asked to make this decision without seeing a detailed BNG plan. What is the baseline? Is the gain only 10% or more, and why at their level? Are the DEFRA metrics being used, off-site or on-site, and is it being scrutinised outside the SDNPA staff? And what's the monetary value of the BNGs, etc., etc.? Without seeing the BNG plan, how can you, as the planning committee, and not just the chairman, judge if the proposals really furthers the statutory purposes of a national park? As the courts have repeatedly shown, planning decisions made without the full information are vulnerable to legal challenge. Therefore, I urge you to defer your decision. Seek Council's opinion and consult with the Secretary of State on whether it is lawful to convert an exception to policy activity into a statutory purpose by the provision of BNGs. If it comes back that you can, then return to this committee with the BNG plan where the details are transparent and public. Only then can you consider this application.
Thank you very much. We now have 3 speakers in support of the application. The first one is Nina Lloyd, who is the agent.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Nina Lloyd, Planning Director.
Would you move your microphone a bit closer, please? People behind you can't hear you. Thank you.
Shall I start again? Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Nina Lloyd, Planning Director at Turley, and I am the agent supporting this planning application before you today. I have been working on this project for almost 2.5 years, alongside Boomtown and the Matterley estates. Taking national policy and the purposes of the national park together, development in the park must conserve and enhance the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the area. It must also promote opportunities for the understanding and enjoyment of the special qualities by the public. Any major development must demonstrate exceptional circumstances where it is in the public interest to permit. This application before you today is for a period of 9 consecutive weeks in a calendar year for the next 5 years. There is no new built development or permanent removal of features. It does provide significant landscape and ecological enhancements extending for 30 years, and these will be secured by legal agreement. The festival is controlled by a parameter plan, which ensures that there is no significant impact, despite this being major development. In respect to Purpose 1, there is no permanent landscape or visual impacts. Changes to the landscape character is only for 9 consecutive weeks. Any potential effects on birds or bats have been considered and fully mitigated. A blimp will secure the ongoing management and maintenance strategies for the estate during the permission. Turning to Purpose 2, allowing 77,000 people to attend the festival every year in the national park. Significant employment generations for the local area, and it allows Boomtown to continue to provide donations to charitable, community and environmental organisations. Information boards will be continued to be displayed at the festival, which explain the importance of the national park. This is a unique and exceptional recreation opportunity for the national park, which provides a series of significant environmental, social and economic benefits across the duration of the planning permission, if granted, of which many of these elements further extend 30 years of benefits to the national park, a requirement of BNG legislation as defined by Rob in his earlier presentation. I believe that exceptional circumstances has been demonstrated through the content of the planning application, and I fully support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shula Rail, who is the applicant.
Hello, Chairman and committee members, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you this morning. I've worked on this application with Nina for the last 2.5 years, and I'm incredibly proud of the quality of the work that was delivered and the team that sat behind it. I join you today with a shared belief that the South Downs National Park is an incredibly special place. The Matterley estate, first and foremost, is a working arable and dairy farm, and it is home to Cheesefoot Head, which you can see up there, which is a true jewel in the South Downs National Park crown, a natural amphitheatre formed entirely by the land. There really is nothing else like it. For the past 12 years, alongside the natural flora and fauna, this has been home to our event, Boomtown. Over that time, our festival, just like everybody in this room, has grown and matured. And it's something today that is beyond music and quite different to the festival it was even just 5 years ago. Boomtown has come of age with a new team bringing fresh energy that's been recruited from inside and outside of the events industry. At the heart of it all, we create deeply immersive worlds that are designed with every detail to inspire you to create a better world outside here, and we focus on climate action and mental health. Because we believe that people don't learn just by being shown or being told, but by doing and experiencing. It's not just about visionary storytelling, however. Behind the scenes, there are 5,500 event specialists, and that was witnessed by the authority site visit in 2023. Our planning application reflects the professionalism and the scale that we bring to you today. We proactively partner with leading experts in drug and alcohol education, mental health, and violence against women and girls. These topics are on every authority's high agendas and incredibly important. And through those partnerships, we generate and create communities that are built on care, respect, but most importantly, accountability. And our relationship with the local community is a priority to us. And from the very start, we've engaged openly and transparently, and we have year-round communication through our community liaison officer. Our application has received 26 objections and 163 supportive comments, and every single word spoken matters to us, and we listen to it. And just as importantly, our impact goes beyond the gates, and we engage. And our investment has planted 16,000 trees within five locations across the park just this year. We employ around 11,000 people on site, and about £32 million every year goes into the local economy. But in the end, it actually isn't about those numbers. We create for the vast and overwhelming majority of people that attend the show something incredibly powerful.
I'm very sorry, but you've run out of time.
It's okay. It's joy, happiness, and connection.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have 2 extra speakers today. I've got a third. I'm sorry, I'm missing out Jimmy Hobbs, who is speaking as a local resident. Jimmy Hobbs?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you.
Morning.
In 2017, I'd never been to Boomtown before. I'd just left the army and was going through a divorce and had a narrow worldview. A friend had a spare ticket and dragged me along. I didn't know what to expect, but when I arrived, I saw a sign that read, "Welcome home." I didn't get it, not then. I met activists, hippies, artists, journalists, freedom fighters, people from all creeds and walks of life. It opened my mind and softened my edges and gave me a new outlook. I couldn't wait to return. By the next year, I'd started a computer repair business, I'd bagged a locals ticket and was hyped for the show. Then on opening day, a trader on site called me in a panic. Their EPOS system had crashed. I rushed to help, but at the gates, suited up and holding a laptop bag in the blazing sun, they refused to let me in. I wasn't accredited. I spent 2 hours queuing up with my actual ticket, grumpy, overheating, just trying to do my job. I left a very angry voicemail on the community number. The next day, I got a call. It was Katie, Boomtown's community liaison. She invited me for a coffee. She listened. Together, we made a plan so local businesses could pre-register, complete safety training, and gain proper access. That's when I realized Boomtown doesn't just build stages, it builds relationships. Since then, my connection with the festival as a business and as a resident has grown stronger. I live under 2 miles from the site in Alresford. I see firsthand how the festival builds and carefully deconstructs using sustainable materials, how they offer jobs in local Facebook pages to locals before going to agencies, how the traffic gets better every year, how teams of volunteers comb the fields picking up litter hand by hand. Winchester as a whole comes alive. Takeaways, charity shops, barbers, pubs, they all benefit. My own business thrives, not just during the show, but during the 10 weeks of build and breakdown. Yes, there is disruption. Yes, there's noise, but it's 5 days out of 365. In return, we gain vibrancy, jobs, community grants, and an economic boost that supports small businesses. So I ask you to imagine our region without that energy, without that moment when someone who's lost or closed off walks through those gates and sees 2 words that change everything. Welcome home. Please approve this application. Let us keep an event that unites us, uplifts us, and shows us what's possible when a festival doesn't just come to town, it becomes part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have extra speakers. And the first one is Councillor Neil Bolton, who is the Upper Meon Valley Ward member for Winchester City Council. Neil? Ah.
Morning.
Morning.
As one of the local district councillors for the Upper Meon Valley, an area immediately adjacent to the festival site, I thought it important to relay my view after talking to many residents, both for, against, and agnostic. It is also worth saying that I live sufficiently close to the venue, Bramdean, that the noise and traffic issues often cited by residents are experienced in full measure, yet I remain neither for nor against the festival in principle. The impression I get from many people is that they want to see a pragmatic and sensible approach, balancing the competing needs of farmers to diversify, residents to be able to enjoy the life they choose to live, festival goers to enjoy the event safely, and for the impact Boomtown has on the natural environment to be managed with reasonable care. We must listen carefully to residents' objections and to continue to ensure we do what we can to mitigate the impact, particularly regarding noise, traffic and environmental. These views help temper the full throttle assault that would occur without them, and no reasonable person would want that. Both myself, my fellow district councillor and other vocal members of our community have lobbied Boomtown to improve noise management and mitigation, better manage the impact of traffic and undertake a more thorough environmental impact assessment. All of these things have improved and must continue to improve and refined over time. If I am to voice my biggest concern, and one that I fear Boomtown has become unfortunately infamous for, it is its association with drug use. It is the sad case that another drug overdose fatally occurred at Boomtown last year. Boomtown's event licence was recently called in for review by Hampshire Constabulary in view of the drug-related death. This was on the grounds of prevention of crime and disorder, but was then withdrawn just before the licensing committee meeting for the police to undertake a review of Boomtown's drug policy directly. I am not aware that this review has been completed and that the agreed changes are to the event management plan to improve this worrying aspect of holding the festival. The purpose of the National Park is explicit in its duty to foster the social well-being of the local communities within the National Park. Albeit temporary, the attendees of the festival form part of that community, and their social well-being should be a concern to the committee when considering this application. I would therefore ask you to ensure you are satisfied with the measures agreed with Hampshire Constabulary to consider reduce the risk of another drug-related death in future. This really must be cleared up before Boomtown are allowed to hold any future festival, especially if they are allowed to increase the number of festival goers. No more drug-related deaths, please. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now will hear from Jerry Pett, who is a member of the National Park Authority.
Members, good morning, and thank you so much, Chair, for accommodating me in Planning Committee. As you may have seen from my submission, I have to say that in my judgment, and as my ward colleague said, the majority of residents local to the site are either supportive or neutral on Boomtown. But I don't envy you your task, and reading through the report, I find a paucity of evidence to aid your decision on weighting the arguments across our two purposes. My fear is that without transparency and credible supporting evidence, whatever decision you reach will not be defendable in the court of public opinion. Against Purpose 1, the ecology consultee raises important questions, particularly when set in the context that the first consent for a music festival was granted by this authority 9 years ago. Historic bird data, for example, has been lost, removing a key element of baselining. The landscape consultee has similar concerns. Now, some, many, or even all of these issues may well be successfully addressed through an S106 blimp. For this major development, then, that blimp and its outcomes played a fundamental role. It should be presented to this committee and open to challenge before, not after, the decision, and measures of its efficacy then routinely reviewed. Again, as you well know, transparency is key to taking people with you. Of course, Boomtown presents an opportunity to draw in an underrepresented demographic, including members of my own family. That benefit may indeed carry very significant weight, but I suggest there is, in this report, insufficient evidence today to weigh this benefit ahead of the risks to Purpose 1. On the economic case for development, the report argues that Boomtown is a necessary element of Matterley's diversification, that without the festival income it would be unable to achieve the high level of stewardship it delivers in this part of the Western Downs. This is a very strong assertion and, if evidenced, would have very significant implications for other estates in the park. Without that evidence, it is difficult to see how the SD3 test is met. As to the duty, several respondents have argued that Boomtown is more parasitic than contributory to the local economy, and para 754 of the report is at best equivocal on this point. The application carries much assertion but little evidence. We need much more. I suggest that it is only time that is forcing the issue today, a crisis of timing created, I have to say, by the applicant. A temporary 5-year consent simply kicks the decision, forgive me, into the long grass. This year's festival will likely go ahead within its licence, whatever today's outcome. But there is a real risk of the authority being perceived by many of our residents as being at best weak and at worst shady. Better to defer, call for, gather and assess the evidence, and particularly the blimp. I sincerely believe that our residents on all sides of the debate deserve a better and more convincingly argued case than this report and its attendant recommendation provides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. And now, members, it's down to you. Who would like to start? Nobody wants to start. Alan.
It's a sort of query to our officers as much as a concluded view of mine that I want to. Is this too far from me? Is that what's being indicated? Right. Yeah. It's sort of partly a question, and it relates to this blimp largely, the biodiversity gain landscape and ecology mitigation management plan. Now, we're being asked to sanction a 5-year planning permission on the basis that that important plan has not yet been provided and subject to approval of it effectively by our officers after this meeting. What I can't really understand, and would value some help from officers about if such help can be given, is why is it not more appropriate in the circumstances that we have not been provided with this blimp to consider no more than a further 1-year extension? And I speak as someone who is sympathetic to the argument that in many respects Boomtown has been satisfactorily managed, and I can see the argument for allowing a temporary festival like this to take place. But I'm a bit unclear as to why we're thinking about the granting of a 5-year permission when the applicants haven't got their ducks in a row, if you like, in terms of the production before the matter comes before this committee of the blimp in particular. There are other things, but that seems to be the main thing.
Let's see what the officers have to say to that.
Yeah, I think the consideration for officers is that a 5-year permission actually provides you with more opportunity for benefits with regard to a comprehensive BLEMP. One also broader point is that the biodiversity net gain wouldn't apply to just a one-year permission. And so in that respect, a 5-year permission, and you've got to take into account that the biodiversity net gain ties them in for 30 years is, as far as that's concerned. So it provides a wider length as far as that's concerned. I don't know whether Tim wishes to add anything to that.
Tim?
No, it's a fair point. I think the shorter the time period, the less one has justification and indeed potentially jurisdiction, and that's the B&G point, around getting more benefits and more mitigation. But it is a balance, we recognise that, and that's something for members to debate.
Does that answer your question, Alan?
It is an answer to my question, but it still leaves a degree of uncertainty in my mind about the principle of granting a 5-year permission in circumstances where this important information and this important plan isn't in existence yet, or isn't before us. And I'm still concerned about it, I must admit.
Yes. The point being that we haven't got this document.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're making a decision based on a situation where the document is currently not available.
Exactly.
And therefore we're tying ourselves in for a longer period of time.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas one might have thought that granting a single year in those circumstances, if there is some reasoning that's been given for not having provided us with this document yet, might be something we could live with. But my question is, why grant a 5-year?
And in any case, we may want to see that document before we make any grant.
Even for 1 year, yes. Yeah, but my point is particularly, why should it?
Your point is well made.
Yes.
I'm sure other people have other comments to make with regard to that, or even with regard to something else. Antonia.
Yes, I think the committee has been put in a very difficult position by the absence of the BLEMP. I mean, it's very clear that a rock festival virtually on an SSSI is a pretty hard thing to justify. It can only be justified in terms of Purpose 1 if there is very, very substantial and permanent BNG. And we haven't got any details for that. It's been said that there's a Purpose 2 benefit from this event, but I mean, looking at the way that the festival is marketed, there is absolutely no reference to the national park at all. The festival is marketed as a city district that's created. So it seems to me that the Purpose 2 value of the festival is non-existent. So going back to the point that we're in an awkward position, it seems to me that we should defer to see the BLEMP and possibly also an update on the review, the police review of the licensing aspect. Obviously, licensing is not our responsibility, but it may have an impact on the event management plan, which in turn has a bearing on the diversion of the South Downs Way and those aspects. I would suggest that we should defer this until the July 8th Planning Committee and that we should see the BLEMP. Otherwise, it's not possible for us to make a decision in relation to those BNG benefits, which are the only justification for the diversion from Purpose 1.
Okay. Could we have some clarity from the officers, please, about why we haven't got the BLEMP here at the moment? And also, do we have some comment from somebody about this Hampshire Constabulary situation? Perhaps from Winchester City Council? David?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Ingram. I'm the Service Lead for Public Protection at Winchester City Council. I sit before you because I wear two hats, because I'm an environmental health officer, but also I'm the head of licensing as well at Winchester. So just a little bit of background in terms of licensing. It's slightly different, well, significantly different regime to that of planning insofar as a license can be called into review. Several months ago, the police lodged an application with us as the licensing authority to call the licence into review for matters of public safety, as a result of the fatality that unfortunately took place at last year's festival. They did, however, withdraw their application for a review. However, before they withdrew, there were an additional number, I think it was 13 additional representations that were lodged by other members of the community on the basis of public nuisance and also crime in regard to the ecology aspects of ground nesting birds. The reason for the withdrawal of the police's application for a review was theirs and not ours, and was arrived at without consultation with us as a licensing authority. The primary basis, it would be for the police to speak to that matter in detail, but the reason that we were provided was because they felt that it would be better to resolve those issues directly with Boomtown management than rather going through a review process. So the issues of protection of persons that are actually attending the event were then taken outside of that review process and the licensing regime, and we just held the subcommittee hearing to talk to matters of public nuisance and possible crime.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Emrol.
Yes, obviously a lot's been mentioned with regard to the BLEMP. I think it's fair to say, members, and to give us sort of some clarity with regard to the issue, when we had the previous approval for the festival from 2019 onwards, that was subject to a legal agreement which secured a LEMP, which was slightly less involved in it, but was related to ecology, landscape, and the management of the site and the estate, providing enhancements and benefits. With regard to biodiversity net gain being another element to this, it was considered by officers that there was merit in discussing with the applicants about a document where all those three elements talk to each other and are very clear that what we're getting out of it, we're getting mitigation where there is any adverse impacts, that we're getting management of the estate, as it were, and elements that we believe can provide enhancement to the estate. So it's a more novel approach than has previously been taken, and by virtue of that, it is somewhat complex in terms of getting the strands of that document together, and that's why we don't have a completed BLEMP before you this morning for consideration. But what I would say to you is that our officers are in contact and discussion with the applicants about the draft elements and the draft points that have been put in there in terms of mitigation and enhancement, and are working through those to get a document that our officers are content does and secures those elements and does provide, as we would say, the additionality that would lead us to saying that it does conform with the LURA. So from that point of view, that's why it's taken a while, and working to 5 years as they have requested, the BLEMP is necessarily wanting to ensure that it covers those areas and has a management plan in place which covers each of those years and the different seasons, as it were, with regard to the elements where work has to be carried out.
Thank you, Rob. John.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to understand something, really. The documents we have here say that the existing consent expires on the 31st of December 2024. One of our speakers suggested that this year's event could go ahead anyway. That's clearly not the case. Am I correct?
Rob. Or Tim.
It would be the applicant's risk, and I'd say that in relation to any body proposing development that hasn't got authorisation. So we would look at the necessary action and deal with it proportionally in terms of whether it's expedient to enforce or not.
Andrew.
Yes, thanks. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the biodiversity net gain, etc. report, which is missing, in spite of the fact that, as Shula Ray pointed out, there's been 12 years of festivities, and there consequently should be 12 years of the necessary evidence to help support the impact of what's happening over and above what should be done for the future. But that isn't the only report which is missing, and the recommendation is large because it refers to all the outstanding details, or some of the outstanding details, which are required and are thereafter delegated to the Director of Planning in consultation with yourself, Chair. It is reasonable on occasions like this to expect a rather more complete application, and for the issues that arise as a result of the debate to be the items which are thereafter considered by the Director of Planning and in consultation with yourself. But we are being asked to make a major decision which has a lot of impact on a very large area of the park, indeed a major application with a serious amount of information being taken on trust. Alan Aylesbury and Antonia Cox have already effectively referred to that. But it does worry me that we've been put in a position where this is premature, in spite of the fact, of course, that the actual, not just does the festival start in less than 3 months, but of course building work will start at the end of next month. So this really, we're up against the wire on this one. We are being asked to grant it with inadequate amount of information in front of us, which it is difficult to answer in the room here because the answer is still in documents which have yet to be presented.
Paul.
Yeah, I share these views, and I would like to second Antonia's proposal. I think Jerry Pett's intervention was very persuasive around the transparency of this decision and the risk to the legitimacy, really, of this committee if we don't do something like that.
Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This may be a stupid question, but given, as Alan has pointed out, that we're a very short distance of time away from it all starting, is the expectation that the blimp will be in place and fully signed off to the satisfaction of the officers before that happens? Or are we actually expecting to go into an event on trust that the blimp will be developed and signed off at a later date? And separately, maybe a comment regarding this issue of the fact that if you only give 1 year permission, that would reduces the level of commitment in respect of the BNG. Seems to me that given the strong desire of the applicants to have a long-term arrangement, I wouldn't have thought that in reality there would be any that would change the situation. I mean, you may not be able to commit them to 30 years now, but their long-term desire would be such that you would eventually be able to commit to get that 30-year commitment.
The officer expectation, by bringing the application before you for consideration today was that we would be in a position to have the blimp sort of signed and dealt with and a decision issued by the time the festival starts in that respect. So, but obviously, yeah, so that's the expectation. That's why we would be bringing it to you today with that sort of direction of travel if members were minded to approve.
Rob.
Thank you, Chairman. I've sat on this committee for almost 10 years now. We've sat and discussed Matterley in 2016, 2019. We've had many, many site visits. We've continually asked the applicant to provide more information. I find it slightly disappointing in 2025 that effectively we're still taking things on trust. We've had a huge amount of data over the last 10 years, and it's not in this report. And I'm really struggling to understand why the applicant hasn't provided, given how contentious the application has always been, why we don't have that information, because it's clearly in their interest to give us as much information as we can on which to make a decision. And we just don't have it. We don't have the assertion that the farm diversification replies on this, that we have no evidence for. We've never had any evidence for. We'd like to see it, just to make up our own minds about that. On the blimp, again, there's been a LEMP in place. I fail to understand why we don't have more information. I just don't think, I agree with Antonia's comment, we don't have the information here to make up our minds on a balanced view of the evidence on what is a very contentious application. And I'm not in favour of making decisions there. I'm fully in favour of deferring it till we've got that evidence, and then we make up our minds one way or the other.
Thank you. You want to make a comment? Anybody else bursting to speak? John.
On a slightly different issue, and I don't disagree with my fellow colleagues. I was, having been brought up in a little village in Northamptonshire called Silverstone, I'm fairly empathetic towards local residents and the massive disturbance such a big event can cause. And I note in many of the comments about the benefit to the local community. And I just wanted to know more about the grant schemes on offer. And what does that entail in terms of monetary support and in terms of physicality of how it does benefit those communities? Because there's certainly a lot of disruption. And in some ways that leads me on to my other point, that the report talks a lot about BNG gain and trying to mitigate that. But another purpose of the National Park is also to enhance the cultural heritage, the built cultural heritage. And can there not be gain in that area because there's a loss in another area? And has there been thought about how that could manifest itself for these local communities? So there is a long-term benefit that they can physically see in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, I mean, in relation to enhancements, you know, there is always a balancing of where it conserves and enhances, and obviously we can consider a number of different elements that there can be with regard to any application that's put before us and what they are proposing to as far as an enhancement is concerned, and that's something we can bear in mind for future reference as far as this is concerned. In terms, can you just repeat the first question to me, please, so I'm absolutely clear what Have a go. Oh yeah, about grant scheme. Yeah, and that's about the various things they're doing for charities, local charities, that sort of thing. I mean, from, you know, it is clear, and the information's on their website, that there are a number of things that they help local communities with, and I know that local parish councils have benefited from donations and that towards various projects. I haven't got the full details of those, and I'm very conscious in writing a report that there's not a full list as far as that's concerned, because it's not something that you would secure by way of an application as far as that's concerned. But it's clear that there is a desire from the organisers to engage with the local community and support local charities. In terms of some of the representations that were received, it's clear that there are a number of local communities, educational areas where they actually benefit from being involved in the festival and in various things that happen there. So it's clear that there's evidence, but I don't have it all before me at the moment.
It's very clear in the report from 163 letters of support that there are quite a lot of people who do feel that this supports their communities really well. So we do have some information about that. Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, just on the cultural point, yes. It is open to you, and you know there is a degree of belief that this is part of the cultural heritage festivals will be held here. That's for you to weigh in the balance. But yes, there is a cultural heritage angle to this, and in part that's for you to judge and, as I say, put into the mix. While I'm on the mic, I'll just make a few observations. There's been a lot of talk about trust, and I understand that. The list you've got on page 13 of things to be still secured is not unusual. I accept, and it is understood, that it's unusual for application of this scale with this impact. that they're still not tied down, but you as a committee often delegate authority to the chair in conjunction with the director to sort out these sort of issues. So it's not unique. What the debate is around whether, given the impact this has, whether it's proportionate to do that. That's one point. The other was around trust. Whether it would be tied down in a legal agreement and it would be subject to all the consultees. So it would be as secure whether it's agreed now, as it were, as to whether it would be agreed later. I hope that makes sense, because it would be subject to all the experts having their input, including both internally and externally. So it's more about how you want to see it and whether it's appropriate and justified given the scale, rather than it wouldn't happen come what may. I think another point I'd make is, and it's your debate, and points have been made around time frame. I've checked with colleagues. I think I'm right in saying it's 2-year or possibly 3-year minimum, otherwise BNG doesn't cut in. So were you to be nervous, and again debate, were you to consider it is appropriate to move to delegation, it's within your gift to change it down to 1, 2, 3 years. My suggestion would be, I'm looking at my colleague here, whichever is the minimum to ensure that BNG cuts in. Lindsay.
Can we just know what that minimum is, please?
Hi, Lindsay Robinson, the Ecology Planning.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. No, move the microphone nearer to yourself. That's it.
Hi.
And turn it and bring it down.
Lindsay Robinson, the Ecology Planning Lead for the South Downs. There isn't really an exemption from, or so BNG is applicable whatever happens. There's a 2-year temporary aspect to it, but I don't think that would apply here because we know it's not temporary. So the temporary aspect would rely on everything going back to normal farming operations only, as in there being no festival. So I don't think there's a situation where BNG wouldn't apply to this.
Okay.
That helps.
Alan?
Yeah, Madam Chairman. Yeah, in that case, it seems to me that I should just make clear, because there have been a number of comments from my colleagues which are generally motivated by the same thoughts that I've had in the back of my mind. And given the history here, I just want to make clear, because in a sense it seems to me from the general tenor of what's been coming from my colleagues, we do possibly have to make up our mind between one or two different approaches. And I'll make it clear that I myself, as a matter of judgment and balance, and having thought about all that Boomtown represents and so forth, and all the other issues, would be prepared to support, and indeed if necessary to be the member who proposes it, the granting of a permission in otherwise similar terms to what is proposed, but for 1 year only, because I think the point needs to be got across to the applicants that they must get their ducks in a row, to use the expression that I've used before. I'm not myself adopting a highly untrusting attitude, but this is really important. It is really contentious, and the thing needs to be sorted out, not coming before the committee as it's coming now, with some of the most important background information yet to be provided. It's not that I, as a member, or I suspect my colleagues on the committee, don't trust our officers or anything. It just is not the correct way to deal with such a major and unusual, frankly, proposal inside a national park. So, as I say, I can myself tolerate the notion of not having it before the committee at the decision point when we're talking about a 1 year further permission. But I myself will not be supporting a 5-year permission at this stage in the absence of the LEMP actually before the committee makes its decision. So I will propose that unless a vote on deferment has taken place before that. But that would be my suggested solution as opposed to deferment.
Okay. Thank you. Janet, we've got a few more comments to come yet.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, over the years, I don't have to remind you, we've had lots of site visits there. We have lots of officer involvement, and yes, I can see there are some things that we haven't got before us, but I have every faith that the officers dealing with this will be cognizant of what's in there and what they must provide. Something that isn't part of probably air consideration is the amount of enjoyment this provides for many, many people. I know that isn't part of air planning commitment, but to me, it means a lot to me personally that this gives a lot of pleasure to an awful lot of people. I think it's been pretty well run, and when we've played more recent site visits there, we've seen that the place is returned to what it should be before the event takes place. I personally have not got a great deal of problem with this site. Yes, they want to put in those extra bit of land, but they're also giving up other pieces of land. So, Chairman, I'm not in favour of a deferral or a refusal if it comes to that. I would like to see this happen, and I have faith that our officers will, as ever, give us the information that's required. And as you have already stated, any leaves that need to be tied up, you and the director and probably Rob himself will be involved in making the final decisions on it. I'm happy with it.
Thank you. John?
Just a point of clarification. Given colleagues' concerns about the lack of some of the information and talks of just giving a permission for 1 year only, is there an option of just extending the present licence rather than going into the realms of this? And I don't know if that is an option or if that's just totally...
With a long-term objective of what?
Well, giving the applicants another year to get their ducks lined up to follow Elmrise.
To come back with a complete application with the documents that we're looking for. I see.
I mean, in terms of giving them the licence for another year on the old permission, that's expired. So we have what we have before us. That's the current application. With regard to 1 year only, I think I'd have to say that members, if you were going down that particular route, we'd have to be absolutely clear in the recommendation you have before you at the moment what you expect to be secured under that. And so that would have to be clear as far as that's concerned.
I'd also draw attention to the fact that, and this has been really helpful and thank you, the applicant's getting a very clear steer right now through all of this. And you will notice on page 14 that even if it's only 1 year and they don't deliver all the things we want, it's still open to be refused, which could still be an option. So, you know, there's leverage, even if you're delegating it, is the point I'm probably trying to make.
Okay. Paul?
Just a question on page 48, it's 9.2. If we were to approve the recommendation, it includes the statement that the committee confirm in reaching their decision they've taken into account the environmental information as required by the Town and Country Planning Environmental Impact Assessment regulations. Do the officers consider that that would have happened if we said yes to the recommendation today?
That's why it forms part of the recommendation, because it's in there to confirm that you've had regard to the environmental information that's been in the environmental impact assessment, which is available for members and officers and interested parties to view, assess and have a look at as part of the application process. So we consider it has in that respect.
You happy? Sorry, yes, go ahead.
Just for clarity, and Rob's said it really, but there's a distinction between the BLEMP, which a lot of this debate is concerned, and the actual environmental impact assessment. The environmental impact assessment is, as you would expect, very full and hefty, and actually gives very good steer and direction as to what a BLEMP should have. But let's put that aside. The document itself is, we believe, sound.
Thank you. I think Andrew was next, and then I'll come back on this side.
Yes, I'd just like to make one point. It was pointed out to us that it states, number 3 at the top of page 14, the final point of the recommendation, that that at the end of the day, if the information is unsatisfactory, the application will be refused. I think a lot of the debate has taken place around the fact that we are in public having this debate because it is of great public interest, and therefore for the decision to be made, regardless of what it is, but away from the public gaze, which it is in today, not just in this room, but also via a website, doesn't enable that the reason why number 3 is either refused or permitted to be to effectively be publicly accepted and acknowledged.
Thank you. John H.
Thank you, Chairman. Can there be a condition, which is almost like a pre-construction condition, if you like, that we receive, or we, if you like, agree all of the information that we're seeking prior to anything happening on site?
Thank you. I'm thinking out loud here, so forgive me, and I might come to legal colleagues, but it would be reasonable, I believe, yes, to have not a pre-commencement condition, but and you've asked a question about the BLEMP, but the BLEMP is in place and approved before the festival takes place, or something along those lines. That's what I would suggest as an additional condition. Yes. Legally, ask my colleague.
How's that?
I'm just being advised, in fact, it would be incorporated by the Section 106 in any case. I mean, there is such thing as a belt and braces, but...
Thank you, Chairman. I think in the timetable, it would be secured through the 106 process anyway, and the permission isn't granted until after the 106 is secured. So it wouldn't be necessary because it would have already had to have been secured for them to have received a grant of planning permission.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
John Cross. I think you were next, Wayne.
Yep. If we're mindful to accept this application as it is, going back to my previous point about benefits to the community, could there be some sort of examination of the grant scheme? I mean, we've had no indication of the monetary value of it and the, to the community. Is it, just, birdseed in terms of the amount of money that is given to the community? I mean, how much benefit monetarily is given to the local communities that are disrupted by this? We don't seem to have any information on that. Thank you. So the officers could just be mindful about scrutinising that.
Yes.
We can certainly look at that. I'd need to refresh my memory. You, as I've said before, there has been a mountain of correspondence and documentation with the application, and there was a community statement within the documents, which I'm sure provides a good amount of information with regard to what is in there. But I can revisit that.
Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just on that, just sort of, and it may be clear anyway, but just talking about getting the documentation in place before the event takes place, is before the events take place shorthand for before the start of any works on site? Because there are two different things. Before the event takes place over a 5-day period, but presumably the key date would be the date the first sod is turned, or metaphorically equivalent. Thank you.
I think it would be fair to say it would be before the event itself as opposed to the sort of construction period, because that would be 5 weeks before the festival, which would be in the middle of July, I think it would be. So it would be before the actual event, when the festival opens, I'd say.
I think you've heard the answer, because there's still some work to do on the BLEMP. What we're trying to establish, I think, here is a marker as to the absolute drop-dead date when all the ecological and other information is received and approved, and therefore in the Section 106. And that would be, as you've heard Rob say, before the day of the festival starts rather than the setup.
Can we not ask for it to be available before the setup starts? Because if it doesn't come until before the festival starts, there are only 5, you know, that's far too late, surely. Because if we turned it down then, there'd be all sorts of trouble.
We can see what we can. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can do it. Yeah, I think we were getting nods from the applicant that they are committed to those timetables.
Good. You know, there is a concern here. I mean, this has been going on for how long, and we still haven't got it. When are we going to get it? Rob?
Thanks, Chairman. I'm slightly confused here. So what Rob Aisley just suggested is development on a temporary permission is going to start before the S106 is signed, when the S106 says that development can't start before the S106 is signed. So if we need to get the S106 signed with all these items on page 13 in it, it's inconceivable that gets done before they start work on the site. So therefore, they must be starting work on a development without permission. Given what you said about enforcement, Tim, we can't seriously be suggesting that. We're encouraging an applicant to begin development before we've given permission for it, before we've actually got the legal permission in place.
Given what I've just heard and the nods, what we are suggesting is that you could give a 1-year permission that only, though, when the Section 106 and the BLEMP is all in place before the construction period starts, rather than the actual festival itself. That's what the thrust was that came from yourself. And we got nods, and we would do that. And if it isn't in place, then it would be refused. That's why I referred to page 14, which gives delegated authority to the chair and the director to refuse if these things aren't in place. So it's a very clear message you're sending that, frankly, full on between now and when that construction first day starts, and if the BLEMP isn't in place and approved by everybody and part of a Section 106, then it is refused. Simple as that.
I've got Debbie waiting, I think, to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor McCatter's highlighted the point that I wanted to make about the seeming impossibility of the timeframes that we're dealing with here. However, I also do have a question related to the outstanding agreements, which is, can the officers assure us that these agreements will actually address the issues raised by one of our speakers this morning in terms of the impact on the ground nesting birds? Because if we go ahead and approve this for 1 year, that's going to destroy the ground nesting habitat again. It's not going to recover for years 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. It's gone. So can you reassure us that the outstanding agreements are going to actually address this issue that was raised? Thank you.
I will say that in terms of the ecology and the ground nesting birds, our ecologist has had regard to the surveys and the information submitted in the environmental statement with regard to that, and that has been forming part of those discussions with regard to any mitigation and enhancement that would form part of the BLEMP, so that it will be encompassed within that.
Alan.
So, I'd just like to make it clear that what I would propose is precisely in line with the way Tim Slaney a moment ago put it, that not that a 1-year permission be granted, but that authority be given in the way our proposed recommendation for a proposed resolution expresses it, for the grant, but of a 1-year permission on the basis which Tim Slaney just outlined, that if, as I put it before, that all the ducks are in a row properly and satisfactorily to our officers before work on site starts. The applicants need to understand that we've been put in an impossible position by the proposal here. I can understand why they want to try and resolve matters for a longer period than 1 year, but if you're going to do that, you've got to get it all in order and have everything that's required properly before the committee. This is not a trivial application. It's a really big proposal, and everybody acknowledges it's an exceptional thing to be permitting in a national park. I'm sympathetic, for a whole lot of background reasons which others have spoken about, to the notion that Boomtown on that site can be acceptable as long as sufficient good things are done around it. But don't regard it as acceptable to have a 5-year or longer term permission, which is plainly what the applicants perfectly sensibly want, but on this sort of basis of putting it before the committee when there's inadequate information provided. We can tolerate 1 year, but even that has to be on the basis that that which is required is in place before the construction work starts this year. I myself believe that to be more satisfactory than deferring this whole business until July the 8th, which was the alternative, and having it back before this committee. So that is what I would, myself, at the moment when it's appropriate to do so, that is what I would propose, that we grant the authority to our officers in the lines of what is proposed. And at one point, Rob said, oh, well, the committee, if they want to say 1 year, have got to make it jolly clear what they require. Well, we require exactly the same as we were already requiring in the recommendation here, and also, as Tim Slaney put it, that everything is clearly in order and signed off and approved before construction work starts on site. Clearly, the applicants want to get the thing resolved for the longer term, but they'll have to wait for the longer term permission until some point when it can be put before the committee, when all the information is in order. That's what I would propose, and if we reach that stage, that is a proposal I'd like to make.
So that would leave us with the situation that we receive the documentation in time for Tim and I to agree it, so that they can start their construction in July, which is what they require.
Yes.
But they would only be allowed to continue for 1 year. And they would have to come back, and the committee would have to see that documentation properly in its entirety.
Before any subsequent...
Before it goes on for any longer period of time.
Yes.
So effectively, you're delegating to us an authority to agree that documentation for 1 year only.
Yes, that's right. And then the whole thing would
and then the whole thing comes back to
for
all
any
of you
future.
to review it again.
Yeah.
If we've already agreed it this time. Is that? Yeah.
Yes, because it would never have been before the committee.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody's on.
That's exactly it, but I would make one point, and I hope this is helpful, and it's good that people are in the audience. The 1 year blemp would be for 1 year. They would have to revisit it if they wanted a longer period, and would have to have more, because if they're asking for longer periods of time, and I go back to a point I made right at the start, you can only ask for things proportionate to the length of time you're giving the temporary permission. That's a well-known fact and established in planning law. So I just want to make it clear, the blemp we would get for this year would be X. The blemp that you would want to see, I would suggest, in due course, would be X plus.
True, but the applicants know what the position is and why this is happening.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Antonia.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify an issue arising from paragraph 3.1 about the additional numbers. I mean, I think in the light of all the concerns that have been raised, an increase in the numbers might not be appropriate. I mean, it's partly an increase in ticket sales and partly an increase by 1,000 of local residents, presumably free. That number seems to be de minimis, but a 10,000 odd increase in ticket sales would seem, as part of this 1 year license, would not seem to be appropriate given all the concerns that have been raised.
Okay. How do we feel about that? Oh, Janet and then Paul.
Just on the point that's just been made, the ticket sales numbers, did I hear somewhere that the numbers actually covered the employment there as well, or was that not something we said earlier?
Yeah, the 75,000 number that I gave, the 76, that incorporates the crew and the people who are working on site.
So did the 64 not incorporate the crew then?
Yes, the 64, the previous approval did include those as well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, a proposition was put some time ago that we defer it. I don't know whether Antonia still supports that, but I do. I think coming back on the 8th of July with a 5-year blemp, if that's the date of our next planning committee, with a 5-year proposition would be beneficial. And they may have to take a risk on doing things before the permission is signed, sealed and delivered, but I think it's better than a 1-year mini blemp, because I think it's, as we know, a controversial proposal and there's opportunity here, long term, that we should be seeking to maximise. So I'd like that to be put, please, that resolution.
That would also mean that the whole committee sees the blemp, the whole blemp, not just the officers and myself. I don't know which one of you came first. Daniel, perhaps?
Could I just clarify one thing on this timing? Because you said a blemp can only be as long as the permission is given, but we are already looking at a 5 years versus 30 years picture in respect of for a 5-year temporary permission. I almost asked the question earlier to understand this. If you're iffing of a 5-year temporary permission, but you're expecting to secure 30 years of BNG gain, you've already got a difference there. So what's the difference between this and the issue around 1 year?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way you mentioned that. That's with regard to what the biodiversity net gain element of the blemp provides, is that when you secure biodiversity net gain, it is a 30-year plan, as far as that's concerned. As far as if it formed part of if it was a 1-year one, it would form part of that, and it would be 30 years. But then, if there was a subsequent application, there would be a new requirement for blemp. So it sort of adds it sort of doubles up on that in that respect, which does provide significant sort of costs to those involved in terms of providing that. So hopefully that's helpful.
John?
Just picking up on what Debbie just raised about one of the speakers, I think it was Mr. Terence Jones, talked about an ornithology report that wasn't used by Hampshire officers in their assessment. Is that true, and is it going to be included and utilised?
The report that was prepared by Mr. Jones was the ecologist was made aware of that and had regard to that in their consultation response.
So that's contrary to what the speaker said?
It is contrary to what he said, but I can confirm that the ecologist was made aware of the report and had regard to it.
Yes, that's right. What I would say is if, and I know you're having the discussion, it is delegated, then that useful information can be part of the evidence base that we would have a discussion with the applicant on, because the point's been made, it is another piece of evidence just because it's not come from Hampshire. So actually it would be a useful thing. And we'd get our experts to check that as well, because it's got to be neutral overall. I hope I'm making sense. Any third-party information needs to still be checked by our experts to ensure that it's, relevant.
Thank you. That's useful. Antonia?
I suppose if it is a choice between deferring and issuing a 1-year permit only, the question has to be what will deliver the most satisfactory blemp in terms of our purposes and our Section 245 duty and so on, and our policies. Is it the one or the other? And that's really a question for officers, because they are the ones that will be negotiating the blemp.
You say it's one for us collectively, I suspect. The advantage of the 5-year blemp and deferring it to get that is that you'll have a more solid picture and potentially wider gains nailed down. The advantage of the 1 year is that it does enable a festival to go ahead, authorised, And perhaps more importantly, it does allow an experience of that extra number for 1 year to factor into a more longer term blimp. And I think we have perhaps lost sight of that as well.
John? Again, just a point of clarification. If we give permission for 1 year, and then we extend that, is that 1 year part of the 5 year, or is then it becomes a 5 year on top of the 1 year?
No, it's not.
No, if you're resolving to grant permission for 1 year, then they have to apply again, and so that would be up to them whether they then put in for 4 years or 5 years.
So I think now we can draw this discussion to a conclusion and see what we've actually come up with. We've had a proposal, I think, for a deferment, and we've had a proposal for a 1 year agreement. Do I have some clarity on what those people who've made those proposals would now like to do? Alan?
I would like to propose that a 1 year, well, or rather that authorisation to our officers in consultation with you, Madam Chairman, the 1 year authorisation be given, that is for a 1 year temporary planning permission, on terms which are otherwise similar to what was proposed to us by officers in the report, and indeed, as I put it before, on the basis of an encapsulation of that Tim Slaney gave. The precise details of the wording, frankly, to be sorted out between our Director of Planning and yourself, Madam, no doubt, with appropriate legal advice. But essentially, I'm not making the argument that the application should be held back to the previous numbers, because I think there is value in the point that Tim Slaney mentioned of getting experience of the higher number proposed. So that is what I would propose if there were anybody to second me. That is that this be limited to a 1 year temporary planning permission, but otherwise requiring the same submission of documentation that was required in the report we have before.
Okay, thank you. Andrew's bursting to speak.
And I will second that, but noting that number 3, recommendation 3, will have to be changed to accommodate the need to that the information must be in place before construction starts on the site.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Right. So we have, at the moment, we have a proposer and a seconder. Does anybody have any comments they want to make, or any counter proposals they want to make? Who does? Rob. Yes. Okay, Rob. Somebody's still on.
Yes, I'm just aware that although it does say about within the recommendation report about the Director of Planning being able to sort of amend some of the conditions accordingly, if there are minor amendments to those, that will need to be the case, because obviously, and we'd need to work through the conditions, have a look at them and check that none of them are more on a 5 year basis, and talk about other festivals. So there will be amendments to those conditions as well.
Okay. Right. So are we all comfortable about what the proposal is and what the second is? And Paul, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm sorry, but Antonia put the proposal for a deferment very early on in the conversation. I seconded it. And Alan came along later and proposed the 1 year. I'd like the deferment to be considered first, even if it falls, and then we can go to Alan's. I think that's the appropriate way.
Yes. Was that, Antonia, was that a formal proposal, and do you stand by that, or have you now reconsidered?
Well, it seems to me that the best outcome will be achieved by negotiation with the applicant, won't it? That is how we will get adequate biodiversity, net gain and landscape and protection and so on. Now, if we are to defer to, I think it's actually the 10th of July, that is going to put the applicant in an extremely difficult commercial position, because they don't know whether they've got their consent or not. I suspect it is better to proceed on a basis of a long-term relationship with this applicant, and that is how we will get the best biodiversity, which has net gain, which has got to be considerable, as has already been said. So I'm prepared to withdraw the proposal for a deferment for the sake of Alan's proposal.
Thank you.
If I may say so, yes, it does put us in a logically sounder position, frankly, if we decide on the one-year proposal first, and were that to fail, then deal with deferment of the whole thing until July the 10th, I think, gather it is. But that, in spite of Paul justifiably making the point that Antonia Cox mentioned deferment first, I think the logical way to do it is the 1 year first, and then if that fails, then talk about overall deferment.
My concern with the 1 year one is that we're delegating something that we've spoken a lot about, the need for transparency on. And so the deferment gives us an opportunity as a committee to be confident that the environmental benefits that offset the environmental and ecological and landscape detriments are worthwhile. So that's the concern I have about the 1 year one versus the deferment. The deferment to 10th of July or whatever it is, I mean, they've sold all the tickets already. I think they're going to take a risk, whatever they do, but there we are.
So you're not going to make an alternative proposal, right? So we have a proposal on the table and a seconder as well, which will take into consideration the recommendation made here with the amendments that we've discussed and the change to condition 3, which is that this will not be allowed to start until at all on the ground until we have this agreement in place. And it's for 1 year, which is number 1 on the previous page. Yes? Are we all comfortable? Members and officers? Yes, we're all comfortable? Yeah. Okay, so let's take a vote on that then. Who is in support of that recommendation that I've just described? Thank you very much. And so that's unanimous. Completed the first agenda item. We'll have a very brief comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. Please, 5 minutes. Thank you. Can we reconvene, please, ladies and gentlemen? Because we're so close to 12 o'clock, we're not going to start the next item until we've had our 2-minute silence. So if you just talk among yourselves for a minute and a half, and then we'll have our 2-minute silence. Nod, will you? Is your clock still running? So we'll now go into the 2-minute silence. Completes our 2-minute silence. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 7, which is the next planning application, which is land at Elmrise, Findon. And I'm going to ask our Officer Chair Sarah Round to take the members through the report. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points of housekeeping before I get started. I was reviewing the report this morning, and there's a few minor tweaks that need to be made to some of the conditions on the original report. I believe that we've got the power to do that under the second point of the recommendation, which asks that you delegate authority to us to amend conditions where these are minor. I'm basically referring to condition 3, where it currently refers to a pond, but there's now no pond in the scheme, as I'll talk you through in a minute. And then I also noticed this morning that on my update report, para 5.8 refers to condition 24, whereas that should actually be condition 25. So that's just a point of clarification. Right, I'll get going. So we are Elmrise, on the outskirts of Findon. Just take you very quickly through where the site is, which is here on the edge of Elmrise. And we have a little development here called Horseshoe Close, which I'll refer to later on. This running down here, is Stable Lane, which I'll probably refer to later on. And then we've got an currently informal footpath which runs down to the site. Currently stops here because this is a private field at present. Take you through to the next one. These are just some site photographs for those of you who might not have been at the February committee. It's currently grazed by horses. It's quite poached up. It's got substantial trees and hedgerows on the northern border and along the southern border. And there's 2 trees with a TPO in this location. You can see one of them in the photograph there. This is the existing access gate from Elmrise. This property here is on Horseshoe Close. That's number 1 Horseshoe Close. And that's the wider environment of Horseshoe Close, which is this little set of houses here. So this was a committee in February, and members resolved to defer the application to resolve surface drainage and management, consider relationship between the flatted block at the bottom of the site and neighbours along in Horseshoe Close, and also to consider an increase in parking if possible. So since February, we've been going back and forth with the applicant and trying to secure those improvements. So the proposals, just to run through them very briefly, 16 units, 12 houses and 4 flats. We've got 50% affordable housing, and we've now got 31 car parking spaces. The rest of the development hasn't changed from what you saw previously. So the houses remain the same. We've got a number of semi-detached houses and detached houses. And then we've got this block here, which has changed, and I'll talk about that in greater detail. That's block T4, which houses the 4 affordable flats. So we've now got a revised surface water drainage strategy, a revised layout of block T4, which is flats 13 to 16, and we've got additional car parking spaces. So this is the previous layout, and the major change is here, where this block changes, as you'll see in a minute. The rest of the layout remains the same, apart from the swale, which instead of being a previously proposed wet swale is now a dry swale, and it runs alongside the road and then down here. And this pond is now gone. That was a previously proposed pond, but it had a huge attenuation tank beneath it. That's now gone, and there is still an attenuation tank there, but the pond has been removed. So this is the revised layout. Hopefully you can see this has changed, not hugely, but they've flipped it effectively so that you've got the western wing here, which has come further this way, and then this eastern wing here. And there were 2 car parking spaces down here and 2 up here. We've now got 4 along the front instead. And I'll talk about surface water when we get onto that. And here's that relocated swale, which now follows the line of the road effectively. So this is block T4. The changes that have been made to this block are to take into account the residential amenity of occupiers of Horseshoe Close. And I point out the main changes, which is, as I said, the block's been relocated, and then we've got some changes to this room here. So
This is a shaded pergola. It's not a balcony. And you've got some little timber louvers here. Now, the Horseshoe Close properties sit around here, which I'll move on to on a different slide in a moment. But just so you can see, that area there and this one, in fact, all of them that are shown with slats, they are pergolas, they're not balconies. So there's no access from this living space out onto this area. It's purely for shading purposes. Surface water drainage was one of the major issues with this back at committee in February. They have changed the surface water drainage strategy, and we now have, whereas we had 8 points of objection from the LLFA, which is the lead local flood authority before, we've now only got 1. The strategy now includes water butts and soakaways per house, small earth bund, a dry not piped swale, a management company, and the removal of the suds pond. And I'll just show you on the surface water drainage plan. So previously they had a wet, inverted commas, swale here, and they were piping everything from the from the driveways across the road into this swale. So it wasn't performing as a natural swale, it was really a piped solution. They've gone away and they've come back with water butts, rain gardens, we've got permeable driveways, and then each individual house has a soakaway, which are all of these shown down here. The flats have got rain gardens and they share a soakaway, and then these houses have got rain gardens and they have a soakaway which goes directly to the attenuation tank, which is here. There are also rills along the road here. A previous revision showed speed humps, but we asked them to remove those because they're incongruous in a rural location. So we've taken those out and we put some rills in. So the idea being, in a flood exceedance event, the water will come off the road, down on the rills and into the dry swale, which does have a perforated pipe underneath it, which runs to the attenuation tank if necessary. So moving on to residential amenity. These are the properties along Horseshoe Close. This is the field, and the flatter block sort of about here. This is the property on Elmrise to the left of the entrance gate, just showing it again there, and that's just a further back picture of the properties along Horseshoe Close, and that's that tree there. So hopefully you can see the figures on your thing, but previously we had this layout, and this distance from here to the corner of the property was 21 metres. We've now got a better distance, so we've got, I think I say in my report, 22 metres, and I've got 22 metres from the window to the corner of the property. What I would emphasise, and I've covered this in the report, is that this is not a back-to-back relationship. Horseshoe Close properties look out this way, and these properties look this way. So as an oblique angle, we don't feel as officers that there'll be any adverse impact from occupiers of this block looking towards the Horseshoe properties down here, which hopefully that illustrates. These are just some examples of what a shading pergola is. Just give you a bit of information. Moving on to car parking, we previously had 28 spaces. We've now got 31 spaces. Now 2 of those have been gained, but not really gained. They're just shown them correctly as the parking outside number 7, which was always the case. And then we've got 1 additional parking bay within the lay-by. The SPD standard is 33.4 spaces, but there's a balance to be had there, and in this instance, given the proximity of the site to the rural edge, we feel that 31 spaces, making sure that every house has 2 spaces and every flat has 1 space, is an acceptable balance to take. And just moving on to the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So we now have some public speakers. And speaking against the application, we have Samantha King, who is representing herself as a local resident.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm the owner of 1 Horseshoe Close, which is directly adjacent to the site at the southwest corner. And my property is about 5 foot below the ground level of the Elmrise site, and it therefore has a retaining wall. I'm going to address surface water flooding and overbearing. I would note that we had a really productive meeting with the developer, but this was after the plans were submitted. So there are still issues with the current plans that, on speaking with the developer, these could be resolved if the planning authority is willing. Surface water flooding. The current plans state that the soakaways are not within 10 metres of structures, and this is incorrect. They're within 10 metres of our retaining walls. And in addition, the current layout of the site has the majority of the properties and therefore the soakaways along the southern edge of the site. And this means the majority of the surface water from the whole site will be drained to the south, and particularly the southwest, given the 1 in 8 topography of the site. And the soakaway depth of the plans that we saw didn't take into account the difference in the ground levels between that site and ours. So that all means that we're worried our retaining walls would be at risk of undermining. And the bund that they're proposing doesn't also take account of water following the path of least resistance and flooding around the ends of it on Horseshoe Close and Elmrise. I want to flag also that policy DM3 in the South Downs local plan requires up to 6 months of groundwater monitoring and to undertake winter percolation testing. And the monitoring and testing on this site were only done in April 2023, which is neither 6 months nor in the winter. And as has been mentioned, the local flood authority still has an outstanding objection. On overbearing, while I really appreciate the developer has moved the flat slightly, they're still very overbearing to my property and garden, and they will also overlook other properties in Horseshoe Close because people don't tend to just look in one direction out of their windows. Policy FD5, paragraph 5.35 in the South Downs local plan requires that the privacy and amenity of neighbours to be respected, and that proposals should ensure good natural light for existing properties and not be unduly overbearing or compromise others' privacy. And the current site design does not meet these requirements. We would request, and the developer was open to, moving at least the flats to the northeast end of the site. Whilst I understand and appreciate the planning authority must consider the landscape impacts on the national park, the top eastern end of the site already has a row of tall houses. Viewing the site from the national park, it is these houses that your eye goes to, not the field. And putting housing directly below those would not therefore impact the view from the national park. It would actually complement it by blending those houses at the top in with the rest of the village. And the trees also act as screening. Moving the flats would also aid with the flooding because it would split the soakaways between the two halves of the site. And it would enable consolidation of the wildflower meadows, which is better for biodiversity.
I'm very sorry, but you've run out of time.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. So the next public speaker is George Smith, who's representing himself as a local resident.
Mic is already on, so start when you're ready.
Right, my name is George Smith. I live at number 2 Elmrise, about 15 metres from the proposed western entrance to the site. I now speak about outstanding flooding issues. The flooding issues highlighted in the previous planning meeting for this site are still a problem and an ongoing concern today. I don't believe that the current design has taken this into account. Referring to the Arran District Council letter dated 13th of February 2025, titled Arran District Council Proposed Flood Alleviation, and I quote, "Water running into Elmrise and subsequently into Beach Road was and still is a problem. Following severe flooding in the village in the early 2000s, proposed alleviation work by Arran District Council was not carried out by the Elmrise site landowner. So the flooding problem emanating from the downs above the eastern end of the site still exists today. The developers reference flood risk assessment and surface water management report, March 25. Revision E, pages 9 to 10, states there is no known history of flooding and the flood risk has a probability rating of low. Please reference the planning objection documents submitted by Sam King. They clearly identify evidence and references of historic issues with flooding identified by me. Soakaway manholes. These have recently been added to the design of almost all of the properties by the developer to attempt to reduce the risk of flooding. These manholes on the southern aspect of the site are extremely close to the Stable Lane Gardens and are of concern to the residents for being too close to the boundary. Could these be moved closer to the properties they are intended for? Flood management and lifetime maintenance. I believe that new residents of the proposed site will not be qualified to run such a scheme. Agreement, probable ongoing costs of whole life management and maintenance will be out of reach and beyond the expertise of the new and any subsequent residents. The Planning Committee should insist the developer should appoint a management company to oversee this in perpetuity. Should a future flooding issue come to light, the surrounding residents need one point of contact. This is important to identify who and where the flood has originated and the remedial action to be taken. During the construction phase, it says, where will construction traffic park? The western entrance to the site is already congested and comprises very narrow roads. Elmrise, Horseshoe Close and Beach Road residents will be severely affected should construction traffic, including tradesmen's vehicles, park in these roads.
I'm very sorry, but you've run out of time. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, thank you.
So our next speaker, who is in support of the application, is Mark Simmons from Flow Consulting.
When looking at the flood risks to neighbouring land and properties, it is important to assess the current flood issues on the site and how the proposed development resolves those issues. Existing site. Surface water from the existing land currently flows westward over a relatively steep gradient. The ground at surface is formed of clay, which is known to have exceptionally low or no infiltration value. There are no features within the site that will reduce overland flows or divert surface water away from neighbouring land and properties. Therefore, surface water falling onto the site currently flows across the surface at an unrestricted rate into neighbouring land and potentially into existing properties. The proposed site. Surface water from all developed areas within the site will be controlled and managed by proposed SUDs and drainage features. Surface water from developed areas will be conveyed to soakaway manholes that direct surface water from the clay at surface level to chalk 2.45 metres below ground. Any surface water flows from undeveloped areas, such as the rear gardens, will be contained within the site by the proposed earth bunds. Therefore, by developing the site, it gives opportunity to prevent flooding to neighbouring land and properties that would continue to be at risk if the land were to remain as existing. In regards to groundwater monitoring, a borehole was excavated to a depth of 2.45 metres at the lowest part of the site. The borehole was excavated during the winter season and no groundwater was encountered. As no groundwater was observed at the low point, it is almost certain that no groundwater would be encountered at higher levels of the site, and subsequently, no groundwater be encountered where the new soakaways are to be built. In conclusion, the SUDs and drainage strategies shown in our report will reduce the risk of flooding to all neighbouring land and properties, as all surface water in the proposed site will be controlled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Matt Hode from Cayuga Developments Limited. Is that how you pronounce it?
Sorry?
Is that how you pronounce it?
Cayuga.
Cayuga, thank you.
Thank you. As members will recall, the application was deferred at the last committee.
Could you bring the microphone closer, please?
Sorry.
Can't hear you. Thank you.
The application was deferred at the last committee to give us the opportunity to address some key concerns, specifically technical matters relating to drainage and including long-term maintenance and management, relationship of the apartments to the neighbouring properties and the overall parking provision across the development. Since then, we've listened, we've worked closely with the officer and drainage engineer, our design team, and we've tried to respond comprehensively to these issues. I've also personally met with the Findon Parish Council and several local residents where we had a constructive discussion about the revisions now presented. A revised drainage strategy has been submitted in consultation with the LLFA. Thank you to Mark, who's just designed and provided a detailed explanation of the changes. But in summary, the previous approach has been replaced with individual soakaways for each property, with shared soakaways for the apartment block and the northern units. Previously proposed meandering swale and pond have been replaced by a more functional dry swale positioned adjacent to the shared surface, and an earth bund has been added to the foot of the slope to manage surface water effectively. We feel that these changes will respond to the committee's concerns and have been reviewed with the Drainage Authority. In terms of the apartments, we've significantly revised the apartment buildings in the southwest corner of the site, particularly in response to the concerns from the residents, specifically from Horseshoe Close. The building's been moved further east, increasing separation from neighbouring properties. Key windows have been repositioned to minimise overlooking, and timber screening's been added to the west-facing pergolas to reduce visual impact. Roof lights have been removed to lessen light spill, and the new public right-of-way to the northeast has been increased to a 3-metre width for improved accessibility. These updates are clearly shown on the drawing and were shaped by detailed feedback from both the officer and the residents. In terms of parking, we can confirm that each dwelling has now 2 on-plot parking spaces. 3 visitor bays are retained to the north side of the shared surface, in line with guidance from the Highways Authority. Very grateful to officers for their time and input, and respectfully request the committee support the revised application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we have Simon Barham from Lewis & Co. Planning.
Hi. The application is a scheme for 16 units on a site that is allocated for between 14 and 18 dwellings. The scheme is an excellent example of sustainable development. With regard to the 3 forms of sustainable development, environmental benefit, the scheme is designed to a high standard and protects the neighbouring amenities and is an efficient use of land. The scheme takes account of biodiversity, with major trees and boundary treatments retained and new planting proposed. The scheme has been designed to meet the Park's SPD on sustainable design for large residential development, and note that the apartment building contains 4 units, meaning that 25% of all units meet passive house standards rather than the 10% that is set out in the SPD. With regard to economic benefit, as is the case with most housing schemes, you have support from the construction industry during the development phase and increased council tax receipts and increased support for local shops during the occupation phase. Finally, with regard to social benefit, you have the provision of housing and the provision of 50% affordable housing. Further to those, we also have significant public benefit arising out of the scheme. Almost £250,000 in community infrastructure levy contributions, the public way across the site, and 50% affordable housing, which includes 4 2-bedroom flats on a for rent basis, 2 3-bedroom houses on a for rent basis, and 2 3-bed houses as intermediate social housing. All of this is provided through a very well-designed scheme that is evolved through detailed discussions with your officers. In light of the above, the scheme accords with adopted planning policy, and we trust that members will be able to vote in favour of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. So, members, it's now down to you. John. Microphone, please. Thank you. We can't hear you without.
Thank you, Chairman. A question for Sarah. Do you have a section that's from the apartment building to the back of Horseshoe Close? You showed us one last time. Is there a revised one?
I do, but it's not revised. So I can show it to you as the relationship, but it doesn't show the revised scheme.
Okay, that's my only question, really. Thank you.
Well, can we have a look at the one you have got, please?
Let's go. There's a lot of slides. So it is. Oh, have I got it? Maybe I haven't. Sorry. This is the previous distances one.
Sorry?
This is not the section. This is just showing you the previous distances that you looked at before, and where it was previously. But I don't think, I'm afraid, that section runs across the site. So no, we don't have one. Sorry, John.
Paul.
Could you comment on Samantha King's statement that further alterations have been discussed involving the relocation of the flats to the northeast and the effect that would have on the landscape and views and such like?
I can't comment on that because those discussions haven't been with us. So we are considering this application and how this layout has been formed, and if the applicants wanted to revise it in the future, that would be something they'd have to come back and look at.
Thank you. Antonia.
The first speaker, I think, said that there is still an outstanding objection from the flood authority, the local flood authority. Is that correct or not?
When the local flood authority objected last time on 8 points of concern, the applicant has addressed 7 of those points, and their only outstanding objection is on the basis that the applicants haven't done groundwater testing. Now, to resolve that, we've got a pre-commencement condition on, as set out in the report, which requires them to do groundwater testing prior to any commencement on site, and then to provide us with a scheme based on the results of that testing.
Thank you. Andrew?
Yes, a few points. Firstly, we had a reference to the fact that the road has rills on it. A rill is a small stream in my book. I wondered how a rill is defined, and if I suspect it's some sort of metal grid, is it the metal grid, which of course are notorious for either getting damaged, blocked, and then you can't get the things up, so they don't function too well for too long. But the point is, one of the speakers said that this was on clay. I would wonder if it is on clay. It appears to me that concerns have been expressed which are surface water flooding downhill, not water which is to do with the actual composition of the ground. It's just keeping water's running off the site, and it's keeping the water which is on the site on it for long enough, putting it into soakaways, which will hopefully do the job, or finding some other way of getting it off, because it was leading on to, if there is a flooding incident as a result of this, who would be the responsible party? Yeah, I trust it wouldn't be the National Park Authority for having permitted something in the full light of knowing that people had expressed a concern. And the other item, again, to do with water is, there's a reference to the change from a wet swale to a dry swale, which is interesting. But what is the profile of these swales? Because I ask this because we've seen a number of sites recently where the swales have had fairly steep walls, and therefore as a feature they're very difficult to manage. And I'm wondering, therefore, whether what this one will look like, and whether the swales will be a more gentle or a steeper gradient.
Sarah.
Okay, I'm going to take those in reverse order, as much as I can remember. Profile of the swale is shown here. So it's this profile here. It's a 1 in 3 profile. So that's in accordance with the CIRA SUDS guidance. So we've got no objection from the lead local flood authority on the use of that type of swale. I'd also say that the drainage strategy is conditioned. So on top of the detail that we have now, we'll be getting further detail prior to commencement, and we'll discharge that, if you decide to grant consent, in conjunction with the lead local flood authority. I think another question was a wet to dry swale and why that's occurred? No? Okay. And then rails, yes, you're quite right, they are grills, but we've got a combined solution of grills and dropped curbs. So I'll just whiz back to the surface water drainage plan. So you've got dropped curbs here and here, so you can see the arrows showing what would happen in a flood event. The water's running this way, the idea being it drops off this drop curb into the swale here, and then these are backup grills effectively to catch anything that doesn't fall off the curb into the swale. Does that make sense? I think that was everything.
Yes, who's responsible?
Tim? I would say it's a lead.
So you're saying the management committee would be responsible
Oh,
for
who's
responsible?
the management company would be responsible for maintaining the entire surface water drainage scheme. We've got a condition 24 was recommended for a flood water management plan. And the applicant has suggested that would be done by a management company, and there would be a service charge on the people within the development, and then that management company would carry out the maintenance.
Andrew?
I think regarding that, my concern is more that we listened to Samantha King speaking last time, if I recall, and she's repeated this, the fact that obviously the layout of the soakways being above the properties somewhat higher level than the properties currently existing to the south of the site. It's if this site causes flooding off-site, who is responsible?
Sorry, the lead local flood authority would be the responsible body. And I would point out again that we would discharge any conditions in consultation with them. So they would have to sign off the conditional application.
Okay. No further comment. Oh, Janet, sorry.
Well, really, Chairman, I think I might have made these assumptions last time. Always seems to me, logically, that water always runs downhill, not usually runs uphill. And I wonder if initially the decisions to build on the lower part were because if it went to the upper part, they'd be seen in the views of the South Downs, or what the reasoning was really. I just want to be, I suppose, assured, and I don't know that I can ever be totally assured with water, as I said before, running downhill, that we won't have a lot of flood issues here. I've got to accept what I've heard here from people who know what they're talking about, because all I'm talking about is water usually goes down. And have we got the best solutions that we can hope for on this? Because that could be really serious if a lot of water hit hard surfaces, which is what development does. It makes a lot of hard surfaces. Are we really happy, is what I'm saying, with the flood issues that we've got, or the water issues? And were the discussions in the beginning that the development would be at the bottom and not the top because of views?
Thank you. I think we need an officer to give us some reassurances.
Yes, in reference to the allocation policy and the brief, as it were, for the site, it does say that development should be focused on the western and southern parts of the site and provide a suitably landscaped transition to the more elevated areas. Now, obviously, with regard to that, then when you get down into the details of the applications that you have before you, have to have consideration to these matters of flooding. And members, you quite rightly sort of asked for further information for it to be brought back to you. In that respect, we have sort of considered that. We've discussed with the applicants and the local lead flood authority. The only issue which still remains an objection from them is in relation to groundwater monitoring, by which we believe that a condition can address that. So we do believe that we have covered those issues as part of that consideration. So hopefully that gives you enough assurances in that respect.
Thank you, Rob. Does anybody else have any more comments? No comments. In which case, are we ready to go to the recommendation? May we see the recommendation on the screen, please, Sarah? Thank you. Right. Is that it in its entirety? So there we are. There's a recommendation. Members, may I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Janet and John. And a show of hands to... Which John shall we have? And a show of hands, please, to support that recommendation. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. That completes agenda item 7 even. So we'll move swiftly on now to number 8, which is Horsham District Council, The Springs at Edburton. Okay, right.
Thank you,
Philippa
Chair.
is going to take us through this application.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Firstly, I'd like to draw your attention to the update sheet, which notes an additional letter of representation received after the publishing of the agenda, and it also clarifies the options available to members with regard to the recommendation. It hasn't changed the recommendation, it's just clarified that for you. One further letter has been received since the publication of the update sheet, raising concerns about how the site would be accessed and regarding works that have been undertaken on site. These matters have been addressed in the agenda report. So the application site is located to the south of Edburton Road and comprises an agricultural field bound by hedgerows. To the east of the field is the Springs Smokeries buildings and associated car park. The site is accessed from Edburton Road via the Springs Smokeries premises. The site sits at the foot of the scarp slope with the land rising steeply to the south up to the Downs Ridge. Public footpath 2751 runs along the access where it joins a public bridleway and later the South Downs Way along the ridge at the top. Beading Hill and New Timber Hill SSI is located to the south of the site here. The site is also located within an archaeological notification area. So this is an aerial photograph of the site and the surrounding area. That field is the site there. We're aware that this is not what the site looks like today, and I'll show you a photo of that in a moment. So the application proposes the use of the site as a temporary recreational campsite. It would include 10 pitches, would be used for 24 days between the 18th of July and the 7th of September. It would include temporary structures for toilets and waste disposal facilities. Rather differently to normal applications that you consider, this application is assessed under the General Permitted Development Order, and I'll take you through that shortly. So this is a very recent photograph of the site field here. You'll see that the hedge has been removed there, and this is sort of bare earth. I show that because I imagine that will be highlighted to you. So what is being considered? So we're considering whether the proposed development complies with the relevant criteria of Schedule 2, Part 4, Class BC of the General Permitted Development Order, which relates to the use of land for temporary recreational campsites. And we're looking to establish whether it falls within the relevant permitted development provisions. So Class BC permits the use of any land as a recreational campsite for not more than 60 days in total in any calendar year, and the provision of such land for not more than 50 pitches, and any movable structures necessary for the purposes of that permitted use. In this case, the application proposes 10 pitches for 24 days and toilets and waste disposal facilities. What is not permitted by Class BC is if the site is on a site of a scheduled monument, in a safety hazard area, in a military explosive storage area, on a site of a special scientific interest, on the site of a listed building, or is for the siting of any caravan except a caravan which is used as a motor vehicle designed or adapted for human habitation. The site or the application site is not subject or affected by any of these matters. In order to comply with the General Permitted Development Order, the proposal would also need to comply with Article 3.1, in this case relating to Regulations 75 to 77 of the Habitats Regs, which in simple terms relates to water neutrality. We are processing a separate application in consultation with Natural England, which is required by the Habitats Regs, and that's not before you today, but that is under consideration. Another thing to note is that the site falls within an area of land restricted by an Article 4 direction, which expressly prevents the site being used as a caravan site. The current application relates solely to temporary tents. So it's really important here to think about what we cannot consider under this application in the same way that we would under a sort of normal, in inverted commas, planning application. So we cannot consider national and local planning policy guidance. We're not able to consider the concerns raised regarding the planning merits of the proposal. We're not able to consider any other works or development that may or may not need planning permission that has or hasn't taken place on the application site. And we can't consider any ongoing planning enforcement investigation. It should be noted that it is a matter of law that there is no discretion to decline a certificate where it's been demonstrated that the development concerned is lawful. So turning to the recommendation, it's there for you to read, but the recommendation is that authority is delegated to the Director of Planning in consultation with the Chair of the Planning Committee to grant and issue a certificate for this use, subject to a prior positive determination of the Habitats Regs application, so essentially a decision issued on the Habitats Regs application to say that we're satisfied that that is acceptable, and the consideration of any substantive issues that may be raised as a result of an additional 21-day notification process which is underway at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippa. We have two public speakers on this application, and they are both against the application. And the first one is Jeremy Holt, who is representing residents of Edburton.
So, Chair, members of the committee, I'm representing the residents of Edburton, and we object, and we ask you to defer or refuse the application today for three critical reasons. First, the certificate cannot be lawfully granted. I disagree. There is an active enforcement case regarding the unauthorised removal of an ancient hedgerow on the site. This hedgerow was removed to create vehicle access and a parking area, now surfaced with compacted hard standing. And I sent you all an email about this. The access is integral to the proposed campsite and was created unlawfully. Yet this fact is completely absent from the Director of Planning submission. When I challenged the lead planning manager, I was told it was an enforcement, not a planning issue. But this is a planning issue. It is a breach of planning control, and under the law, Section 192 makes approval impossible. Second, the people who live in this community expect to be heard. This decision is not just about a single field, it's about how you respond to unregulated camping across the national park. The New Forest and Pembrokeshire Coast National Parks have used Article 4 directions to bring these sites back under planning control. But here, despite 79 objections, unprecedented, you are being asked to approve and set a precedent without consultation and without review and without public scrutiny. Why has that happened? What political influences are at play? Edberton, Falking, and everyone who lives on the Downs escarpment deserves an answer. And let's be clear, this applicant is not a farmer. There is no agricultural enterprise. It was bought purely for campsite development. This is not a diversification. This is a speculative development. A foot in the door, 10 tents this year, but we know how this works. Next year it will be 60. And third, the National Park has a statutory duty, and it has not been met. Under Section 245, you have a legal duty to actively further the National Park's purposes, not just acknowledge them, as happens in that report. The Dedham Vale case earlier this year, the High Court ruled that failing to protect National Park purposes is unlawful, and damages were awarded. What I see here mirrors that same legal failing. The officer report mentions this duty, but nowhere shows this application serves it. Yesterday, the BBC reported the outrage at an unauthorised development in Lurgashall. Today, you're being asked to wave through approval of a development that, like Lurgashall, has vandalised our rural heritage and scarred a field. Not just any field, but one that lies in the centre of the iconic view that you boast about on your website. All we ask is that you uphold the law, do your primary statutory job to protect our landscapes and preserve public trust.
Thank you very much. And the second speaker is Jonathan Dorr, representing himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members. I'd just like to make 3 points and my reasons for objecting to this application. The first, as Jeremy says, is essentially the view that this field is within is the essence of the South Downs. It's actually on the slides that you've got there. It's on the picture at the front of your reception, and it's the view that was described, the panorama from Devil's Dyke, by John Constable as the grandest view in the world. Not one of these pictures has tents, camper vans on it, and if you had a picture with tents and camper vans on, you wouldn't put them up, you'd ask for a picture without tents and camper vans. This is the essence of the South Downs, and it requires to be protected, not just on a temporary basis every day of the year, apart from 24 or 60 days, but on a permanent basis. People come to walk the South Downs. They come to see the uninterrupted green downs. They don't come to see campsites and camper vans on these iconic views. Second point is about the purpose of permitted development rights. Permitted development rights in this case allow the use of the field as a campsite. They do not allow the development work that has been carried on at the site in preparation for that use, which is permanent. The before and after pictures of the field speak for themselves. This is not the same field. There has been a permanent change to the landscape and character of this site, and that is not permitted. The South Downs' own guidance note on temporary campsites says, any type of site that requires building, engineering, or other operations, planning permission will be required, and this has not been done. Jeremy also mentioned the removal of the hedge. The building outside the hedge where that's been removed has been advertised on Instagram by the owners of the site as being a communal space for the benefit of the campsite. This is part of an integral development proposal which includes the spring smokeries, not just a field. This is not a site where a farmer opens a gate on Friday afternoon, lets some campers in, they all leave on Sunday, and the field returns to what it was before. This is a permanent feature, an integrated commercial enterprise with a cafe, and also, if people are interested, a car dent repair workshop, which has been started there. Lastly, we're talking about Article 4. We believe that the council should consider very seriously putting an Article 4 direction in place, whether it covers just this site or the whole of the Scarp, and it's something that we think the authority, it would be proportionate for them to do rather than just dismissing all of the concerns that have been raised on 3 pages as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our speakers. So members, it's now your turn. John.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask, can we consider landscape impact when it comes to the certificate of lawful use?
Thank you. No, we can only consider the matters that I've put on these slides. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Debbie, do you want to come?
Yeah, I'd like to confirm that this is a very different application to one that you're used to seeing. It's not about the planning merits. It's purely about the legal tests that are set out on the slides that Philip has put up there.
Okay, thank you. Antonio.
Can I ask about the enforcement case, about the removal of the hedge? Who's carrying that out, under what powers? And then another question, is it within our powers to apply for an additional Article 4 direction that goes beyond camping, goes beyond caravans and covers camping?
Thank you. So the enforcement case is being carried out by the South Downs officers, and I know that they attended the site yesterday, so you can be assured that the works that have been reported to us are in hand and under investigation by our team. We're not disputing that work has happened, and we're not discrediting it, but it is not something we can take into account in this application. And with regard to Article 4, I think perhaps Rob or Tim is maybe better placed for that. Thank you.
Yes, members, as you are aware, there are a number of Article 4s that are in place within the park. Some of those are with regard to the fencing and that in relation to intensification of activity on particular pieces of land, and those are the more recent ones that we've had with regard to, but that's been with regard to sort of permanent development like fences, subdivision for equestrian facilities where there's previously been an agricultural field, those sort of things. Quite rightly, it was mentioned by one of the residents with regard to other authorities who've undertaken sort of wholesale Article 4 directions with regard to camping. In many ways, members, you have to, from our point of view, that is an option that is open, but obviously you need to have regard to, that would be something you'd need to perhaps to debate in some more detail separate to today with regard to that, because that talks that there are a number of issues that some might argue are in line with national park purposes, and some elements, there might be seen to be balances in there, and that's something for perhaps a separate day. I don't know whether Becky needs to add anything to that, or Tim.
Thank you. Andrew?
Am I right in thinking and concluding that, as it states in para 3.2 on page 101, it says, it states out the proposed dates and says it's just 24 days, which under normal circumstances would be covered by permitted development. But is it because the toilet sites and other bits and pieces are going to be left on site that effectively, rather like Boomtown, we've got to add that to the rest? Because two things come from this. Why, therefore, is it not permitted development? And the other is that he is saying, I'm going to use a total of 24 days, but it says in 3.1 that land is proposed to be used as a recreational campsite for not more than 60 days. Will we be giving him permission, not just for the 24 days that is currently proposed, but for 60 days in total?
Thank you, Chairman. It's not an application for permission, it's an application to confirm that what they're proposing to do falls within permitted development rights. So they're effectively getting, if approved, they get a certificate to confirm that what they are proposing to do is lawful, i.e. it falls within permitted development rights as you reference. Does that help? Does that make sense?
Andrew?
Well, yes, I mean, I have heard of people who've done, of course, this has happened in the past. So, in fact, this is it could be belt and braces, because he could turn around, he could have done it with the implication I'm trying to say is that there's certain aspects of this he could do up to 24 days without coming and asking any permission at all. The enforcement and the other things is completely different. But what I was wondering is that if he's given this permission, as it states in 3.1, could it then be extended to 60 days with that certificate?
Without further permission being required. Sounds like it.
In the permitted development rights, just so we're clear on this, there was no requirement for the applicant to submit a lawful development certificate. The applicant chose to apply for a lawful development certificate with regard to this to get a formal clarification with regard to whether they could carry this out. What the permitted development rights do require anybody who wishes to make use of this permitted development right is to notify the planning authority with regard to that and to provide details of the dates where they're going to be and what they're going to use it for as a campsite. And there are requirements for us, if they go down that particular route, of what we need to do as far as that's concerned. With regard to that, if they're notifying us of it, if there's anything that's of concern to them, we will make them aware of that. And it doesn't absolve them from the duty as far as Habitat's regs assessment when they notify us. So if they don't notify us under the permitted development rights, which is a lesser process than this is, then it's in breach if they don't, if they carry it out without sort of going down that route, which is the notifying of us as part of the permitted development rights. But that's quite different to a lawful development certificate. They've gone down a route which they didn't necessarily need to go down.
Okay.
And 60 days? I was wondering if as a result of this process, 60 days was within the gift.
If a certificate's issued by the authority after this decision, the certificate would be in relation to the proposal that they've put forward at the moment. They would be able to rely on the future permitted development rights, which would go up to the 60 days, but they'd have to comply with those requirements that Rob just referenced. They'd have to still comply with the HRO requirements and the notification proposals process if they went over the 10 days that have been considered.
Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We were told in the presentation that it was very clear that we could not take account of the fact that enforcement action was in process. The first speaker said exactly the opposite. Is there any room for interpretation of the law on that matter, or are we 100% clear that our hands are tied in this respect?
You've got a proposal before you that's very specific as to what they want to do lawfully, and that's what you're considering. If there's anything taking place outside of that process, you've got planning enforcement officers that are dealing with that, and they've been on site yesterday to look at the activities that are going on at the moment. So in relation to this application, you are constrained by what is set out in the permitted development rights. If then the owner does something over and above that, they're potentially acting unlawfully unless they can demonstrate that there are other permitted development rights that they've complied with.
So you're confident that the law cannot be interpreted in the way that the speaker suggested it should be?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Alan?
Can I just, following up on Daniel Stewart-Roberts' question, there are aspects of this which make it quite difficult for a normal planning committee to understand. I mean, I've got the point myself entirely that we are not being asked for permission for anything. Permission has already been granted, in fact, by Parliament or by the relevant minister as approved by Parliament in the general permitted development order for certain things, and the applicants are arguing We just want a certificate to confirm that if we do this, it is included in what we've already got permission for. I've got all that, but I'm just puzzled. It may be we can't resolve this, but because clearly to use a field as a campsite, you've got to be able to get into it and so forth. And I'm just a little bit puzzled about the background, and I'm sure other members will be puzzled as well. These comments that have come in emails and to some extent from the gentleman who's spoken to us this morning about access and so forth. I mean, it used to be, but correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not in legal practice these days, used to be the case it was pretty straightforward to open access onto a field unless it was off a classified road or something like that. So are we dealing with a situation where there is any serious potential argument that this was an inaccessible field that cannot be accessed lawfully, or without a bit of an understanding of the factual background, we can't even understand whether there is any scope for arguing about the rightness or wrongness within the GPDO of the camping. If I'm making it sound obscure, it's because it is obscure to me. I can't quite understand what is actually going on here. I've got the point that we're not being asked for planning permission, but I'm afraid that this scrupulousness over you can't think about enforcement matters, and I understand why that point is made, is making it very difficult to understand what is actually proposed in terms of the practical usability of this site as a campsite. Could it not be reached other than by some unlawful act, and is that conceivably relevant? But it's just under the facts I don't really understand.
Let's let Philippa tell us.
I'll start off, and then if anyone wants to jump in. So it is an odd one because access is not one of the matters that we can consider. In a practical sense, obviously the applicant needs to be able to get people into the site, but it isn't a suitable access, whatever suitable means, isn't something we can consider under this. They're proposing that the site will be accessed through their site. If they feel that access is not suitable, they are going to have to seek permission for a solution that is suitable, but that is not something that we're able to consider in front of us today because it isn't one of the matters subject to the permitted development check.
The site is actually accessible. The site is actually accessible and usable, as it were, for the thing that effectively Parliament has said is permitted. So
even with the hedge, was it still accessible even with the hedge in place? Or has that changed matters?
So the hedge was along here, but the access is through here.
All right.
The hedge part is irrelevant.
Hold on. Let's hear what Tim's got to. Hang on. Let's hear what Tim or Becky's got to say on that point. Have you got something to say?
I'm very happy to be corrected, but my understanding is there is a lawful access to answer the question, and it's fine, and it doesn't even impinge on or go into the hedgerow issue. Even if it did, I'd say a similar thing, but the reality is, as I understand it, happy to be corrected, there is an access to this site.
So it is clear what we're trying to do here. It is clear. Antonia. Antonia?
Yes, I just wanted to pick up on Rob Ainsley's answer earlier on about the Article 4 designation. As he said, there would need to be a debate and so on about that. But is it the case that if we grant this certificate, as seems to follow from the GPDO, we could subsequently put in the Article 4 directive after appropriate debate, etc., and that the camping would then not be permitted.
Well, we're not in a position to discuss that or consider it, are we? Because not what's in front of us. All we've got in front of us is this particular decision.
Just theoretically.
Yeah,
well,
that is advice from our officers to members. That's not saying.
Alan, do you want to speak to all of us? In which case we need the microphone on.
I know. I keep pressing the button in the wrong direction.
Try and leave the button alone.
I won't leave it entirely alone, but I'll try to resist the temptation for the moment. I would say, and in support of my colleague Antonia Cox, it seems to me that's a reasonable bit of guidance from officers, even though it is not going to lead to whether we decide one way or another on this application. But it is useful for members to know a little bit about how the Article 4 provision potentially works in the case, and can it have effect against something that has already started under what I'll call the statutory permission. In terms of future use of a site, it's not inappropriate for members to ask that, I would suggest. Not that it...
I'm going to start and then perhaps hand over. In simple terms, an Article 4 can't be retrospectively applied. But that's not before you. And I would have to say we'd also need to check out the fine print, because I know in some cases it can be, but then there's compensation issues, which is why it would have to be a thorough debate at another stage. However frustrating that might be, this certificate of lawfulness is in front of us all now.
Right, let us stick to the matter in hand. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just kind of saying the same thing again, but I mean, even it's clearly not in this forum, but could we sort of advise or recommend or suggest, encourage that debate be had, and that so that we could in some workshop or maybe in the future we could actually come back with the pros and cons, and then we can reach a conclusion can be reached.
Yes, we could. Just for this is background, we need to deal with the matter, but I can't remember the exact number, 50, 60 Article 4s we have inherited and or put in place. And we're actually reviewing them at the moment to see which ones are still fit for purpose and which ones we might need to change, or which ones have even been superseded. So that's an exercise that's taking place, because we need to tidy up the ones we have. It's understood that you would like to then take it further, and we can put that into the mix, but I wouldn't want to say any more at the moment.
That will have to be taken offline, of course. Right. Can we, Alan?
May I now just attempt to simplify things, because having asked a few questions to try and understand the background to this, it seems to me that we cannot do anything but grant the certificate that's been applied for here, because the question before us is not should we grant planning permission. The question is this proposal, which has been defined, within the scope of the permission which has already been granted by Parliament under the General Permitted Development Order? And it seems to me that it most plainly is within within that scope.
Indeed.
There isn't any option.
So are you then proposing that we,
it seems to me we've got to grant that. There are no clever ways around it. There's not even an argument that it requires some unlawfulness in order to get to it. So yes, I am proposing that.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please, to that? Thank you, Debbie. And a show of hands to support that recommendation, please. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Right, so the next one, agenda item 9 is...
Madam Chairman,
yes.
Could I, we'll probably be about 2 o'clock by the time this one finishes. Are we going to have, I was going to suggest lunch at some point.
In view of the fact that 2 members have to leave at 2:30, I'd quite like to get this one through, because that would allow them to be part of the decision-making process, and then we'll have a late lunch. Thank you. John? Okay. Fine. Thank you very much for coming. So, the Wiston Estate. land at the street, Washington. Did he? Right, so I'm going to ask Sam Bethwaite to take us through this report, please, Sam.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Right, first I'd like to draw your attention to the update sheet. There is an alteration to the wording of the recommendation to include reference to the update sheet as a result of the removal of condition 25. This was seeking in relation to biodiversity net gain, or rather what this was seeking in relation to biodiversity net gain would be part of the biodiversity gain plan, which is secured by condition 24, so it is no longer required. Also on the update sheet, there has been further comments submitted by the Parish Council maintaining their objection following the submission of a revised layout with additional parking spaces, and third-party objections also received on the loss of rear gardens to facilitate the development. Key considerations. These are going to be summarised in this presentation but have been covered in detail in the officer's report. Of the design and appearance, some amendments have been made throughout the consideration of this application to cover concerns raised by the design officer, landscape officer and conservation officers of the authority. They are now broadly supportive of the scheme. Heritage assets being affected. These are the Washington Conservation Area and listed buildings around the site. The provision of parking. This is for the 5 dwellings that are proposed in addition to 3 properties that surround the site, but this will be covered in later slides. And then the amenity of surrounding properties and the provision of affordable housing. Site location. The application site, known as the Yard, is located in the village of Washington. You'll see the majority of the village is to the east of the A24. Check my cursor, I think it is, yeah. And you have boundary of the National Park and the A283 going across here, leading to Stenning in this direction and Storrington over here. You also have an alternate route for the South Downs Way, so main route down here, and then the alternate route that comes via Washington and allows users to cross via a bridge rather than crossing the road itself down here. You'll see on this slide we have the red line site boundary here, and then the blue line indicating further land and properties owned by the Whiston estate. Moving to the aerial image here, this is the site, and it includes 2 garages which are to be demolished, an area of hard standing, and the rear garden of Eastview here. The site is accessed from the street, which runs here. Other roads of note are School Lane, which runs along here, and Chanctonbury Close residential street here. I apologise, this is somewhat of a busy slide, but the constraints that I want to highlight have the boundary of the Washington Conservation Area going along here. So this element of the site is within the conservation area, and then this element here outside of it. We have listed buildings around the site. So we have Weaver's Cottage here, Banks Cottage here opposite the site entrance. This here, which is a red telephone box, and then finally Fern Cottage here. These are all grade 2 listed structures. Also, you can see on this that the site slopes down to the north. High point about here slopes down about 2 metres to the northern boundary. Now I have some site photographs. This is taken from the street, showing the entrance to the site. You can see within that the garage that is then shown in more detail here, that is located centrally and would be demolished. Then have the garage to the western side of the site, adjacent School Lane, that would be demolished. And then a view down School Lane, which is a very narrow street, showing existing vegetation that lines this, in addition to the back of the garage you can see here. We're now within the site, looking north towards Chanctonbury Close. See on this side we have 7 and 8 Chanctonbury Close, and over here you can see 9 and then 10's behind the tree. Again, within the site we're looking at the rear elevation of Bowleys and Eastview, and then an image here from within the garden of Eastview that forms part of the application site, looking towards Eastview here. And then finally the rear elevation of Weaver's Cottage, the listed building that's adjacent to the site entrance. Right, moving to the proposed layout. We have 5 dwellings arranged in a semi-detached pair for plots 1 and 2 here, and a terrace of 3 for plots 3 to 5 here. 1 to 4 would be 2-bedroom dwellings, with plot 5 being a 3-bedroom dwelling. Plot 4 here would be an affordable unit, affordable rented property secured for rural workers based in the national park, and this is a policy compliant level of affordable housing for this development. The layout has been altered slightly during the consideration of the development. Firstly, to more clearly define a central route through the site as a character of the area, and secondly, to increase the parking provision. Parking has been the subject of many of the objections and comments submitted due to the narrow width of the surrounding roads, which are heavily used for on-street parking. Initially submitted with 13 spaces, Local Highways Authority stated that the development needed to incorporate 16 spaces in order to provide for itself and the 3 existing dwellings, which are Weaver's Cottage and Bowleys and Eastview here. This was achieved by the addition of a space here and 2 spaces here. What you can't see so clearly in this plan is that there are 2 spaces under this, which is just a covered parking structure. This has resulted in development that has 2 parking spaces allocated for not only the 5 dwellings proposed, but the 3 existing dwellings. Provision of 2 spaces per dwelling is in line with the community aim for car parking highlighted in the neighbourhood plan for dwellings with between 1 and 3 bedrooms, to preferably be served by 2 off-road parking spaces. Visitors parking will be on the street. This was considered acceptable on balance due to the temporary nature of its impact and to prevent a layout that would be car dominated. The landscape officer did not consider the additional parking to be a positive alteration to the public realm, but did not consider it to warrant an objection. It was felt that further parking to secure visitors' bays could lead to that car-dominated impact. Moving to amenity and the impact on surrounding properties. Closest relationship between what is proposed and existing property is here, where you have a gap about 9 to 10 metres between side elevation of plot 1 and the garden of Weaver's Cottage. There's only one window, one first floor window in this elevation, and that is conditioned to be obscurely glazed as part of the recommendation. Moving to the impacts of plots 3 to 5 on properties along Chanctonbury Close. Our design guide looks to achieve back-to-back separation of 22 metres. And between these properties, you have between 25 and 27 metres for the first floor windows. You have a slightly reduced distance of 20 metres for this single-storey rear extension here. But on balance, this is considered to be acceptable. As mentioned before, to facilitate this development, the rear garden of Eastview property here would be subsumed into the proposed development. Eastview, as with Bowley's and Weaver's Cottage, would benefit from 2 dedicated parking spaces as a result of the development, a notable enhancement given the parking restraints of the local area. The front garden of Eastview is not typical, as it provides amenity space with a higher degree of privacy and is representative of most front gardens due to the presence of a brick and stone built storage building here, adding a level of privacy that's not representative of front gardens. It is considered that the retention of the south-facing front garden space is considered to provide an acceptable level of amenity space for Eastview. Right, moving to the design of the properties you've got here. Plots 1 and 2, and in terms of materials you can see wheeled and sandstone to the front and side elevations, with brick to the other elevations, clay roof tiles, and the fenestration being timber framed. You can see here on the photographs the local references that have been taken in the choice of these materials. Again, we move to plots 3 and 5. These are a slightly different range of materials. We've got brick and hanging tile to the front elevation. There is an element of timber weatherboarding to the side and rear, and then brick to the other elevations. And again, some reference images there. Here is a computer image, proposed street scene. So this is from on the street, looking into the site. You can see edge of plots 3 and 5 here, edge of plot 1 and 2 around the corner here. Moving into the site again. Over to the east side of the site, looking towards dwellings 3 to 5 here, and then a semi-detached pair of 1 and 2 here. Again, on a more typical sort of contextual street plan, we've got site access, we've got Bowley's and Eastview here, and Ivy Cottage, and then behind you'll see plot 3 to 5, and then again here we have plots 1 to 2. And then moving to the view from School Lane, so the narrow street running to the west of the site. Again, the existing list of building a Weaver's Cottage here, and then plots 1 and 2 behind the vegetation. See here the recommendation that condition be granted subject to the conditions and the update sheet, and the agreement of a section 106 legal agreement for affordable housing for 2-bedroom unit, as I've mentioned, of affordable rent for rural workers in the national park, the securing of water neutrality measures, and management of the common areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 public speakers against this application. The first is Emma Board, who is ward member from Horsham District Council representing her local community.
Afternoon, Chair and members. Dear Council, I'm Emma Beard, a local councillor, HDC, and a resident of Washington Village and former chair of the local schools PTA. There have been dozens of objections from residents who I am here to represent, and also Washington Parish Council, Friends of the South Down, and even West Sussex County Councillor Paul Marshall, all raising fundamental issues with this application. Why? As the objections state, this proposal threatens irreversible change to the character, safety, and environment of our village. This proposal is not responding to the local housing needs. The site was not allocated for in local development, in the local plan. The harm to the landscape, the impact on heritage assets, and the additional strain on village infrastructures all weigh heavily against this development. And when considered in conjunction with other recent and forthcoming developments in the area, the cumulative impact becomes even more severe. Environmentally, this is a step backwards. The yard and cottage back gardens sit in the conservation area within the South Downs National Park and in the Dark Skies Reserve. The biodiversity net gain loss is not sufficient for the habitats that we know are present. The loss of green space, garden habitat and dark skies contradicts both the South Downs National Park policy and Whiston Estates' own wheel-to-wave ethos. Their biodiversity net gain strategy calls for enhancing, not degrading, the natural environment. This development does the opposite. Design-wise, the 5 houses are excessive in scale and number. The proposed dwellings are not in keeping with the architectural vernacular, nor do they offer any modern merit to justify their visual impact. They will dominate the skyline, remove open views from the existing residents and visitors, and harm the setting of our neighbouring heritage assets. Even the landscape officers suggested smaller, more subservient buildings would be preferable, yet none of this has been reflected to in our final proposal. Any additional hard standing on the site will create greater surface runoff, adding to the already localised flooding at the bottom of School Lane at the entry point of one of the entry points of the school. In winter, this is a health and safety issue due to the ice. The Storrington, Sullington and Washington Neighbourhood Plan, adopted by the South Downs National Park, clearly states housing needs have already been fully met, most notably in Montpellier Gardens and Old London Road. The applicant's claim that this is affordable units meets local needs is misleading. This is overdevelopment, plain and simple. It removes green space, introduces light pollution, risks flooding, and erodes the very character of Washington Village and its heritage core. This is your moment to protect the national park, uphold the national neighbourhood plan, and stand with the residents and local opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Councillor Jason Thomas, who's representing Washington Parish Council and local residents.
Chair and members of the committee, I am Jason Thomas, a Washington Parish Councillor and a resident of Washington Village. I want to focus on the practical realities of what approving this development would mean for Washington. Let's be clear, the street cannot accommodate more cars. It is a single lane route used by school children, walkers, equestrians and cyclists, especially as it forms part of the South Downs Way. Additional vehicles will heighten risk, especially during the school run, when a one-way traffic system is already in place due to safety concerns. We are being asked to accept more traffic on roads that are visibly and physically incapable of handling it. Additional parking in the street will not only be necessary for the overspill of the proposed new development, but also residents of the existing Whiston Estate properties of Bowleys, Ivy Cottage and Weaver's Cottage, as well as the residents of Bank Cottage and their respective visitors. Local residents and visitors are already parking on the junction opposite School Lane in the street due to the existing restraints. Adding to this would be irresponsible and unsafe. The applicant claims the yard is to be used by 3 cars. In reality, 12 cars from 5 properties currently use it. 8 vehicles will be displaced onto the street. The Village Hall car park is not authorised for public parking. The car park beyond the church is privately owned by the old vicarage, and is solely for the private use of visitors attending events at the Old Vicarage and for those attending church services. It is not available for general public use and is locked at other times. The application offers insufficient on-site parking and relies on a parking survey carried out at the quietest time of year and uses spaces not sanctioned under the Highway Code. Independent transport is essential for Washington residents. Due to the lack of amenities, there are none. We have no shops, which were cited by ECE Planning. Emergency vehicles access has already proved a danger to public safety. The Parish Council has received reports and has evidence of emergency services not being able to reach residents due to the parked cars and narrowness of the street. In regard to access to the development, the idea that a fire engine could mount a private bank at Bank Cottage for access is ludicrous and legally unviable. This is a serious health and safety issue which cannot be ignored. The new access will remove on-street parking and worsen visibility, all while local children walk to school and South Downs users navigate the road on foot, bicycles and horseback. Local events held at the church and the Old Vicarage will also add to the traffic and parking. Given that the only access to the locations is a one-way from the street, there is no two-way traffic system as was previously submitted by ECE Planning using the bridge over the A24 leading to the Storrington Road.
I'm very sorry, but you
beyond
have run out of
is a
time.
private road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our third speaker against this application is David Horwood, who is representing himself and local residents.
Mic's already on. Start when you're ready.
Thank you. I believe your planners may have got this one wrong because the application as submitted is misleading. Indeed, when Sam was speaking earlier, he mentioned the Garden of Eastview only, when it is actually the gardens of Bowleys and Eastview that's affected by this application. The photos I circulated yesterday were taken from the Garden of Bowleys, and they were directly behind plot 3. They show views south, west, north and east towards the Downs. And when the conifers are removed, right where house 1 will be, there's a clear view of Chanctonbury Ring on the Downs. Your report's at 7.17 under Design and Visual Impact, Cites Policy SD6, which permits development only where it preserves the visual integrity and scenic quality of the national park, including views from public rights of way. This proposal fails that test. It will be visible from the Downs. Wiston have already cleared hedges, mentioned the hedges earlier, from both gardens to present the site as a blank slate. They selectively left conifers to shield the view, but this conceals the reality. These are 2 former cottage gardens, Bowleys and Eastview, both with gardens, rear gardens. Garden land is not empty land. It gives character to the property, supports biodiversity, and defines the setting of our conservation area. Once you build on it, that character is lost. The ecology is changed, the neighbourhood is changed. Next door is Ivy Cottage, also owned by Wiston, also in the conservation area. Approving this sets a precedent, not just for this garden grab, but more to follow. And that's the real issue. If you approve this application, you invite similar back garden developments across the South Downs National Park. The report is also inaccurate in its amenity section. Paragraph 7.37 claims Bowleys as no private amenity space. I quote from your report, "The rear elevation of Bowleys is open to the yard, providing no private amenity space. Given the existing arrangement, this relationship is considered to be acceptable." That's simply not true. Wiston has bricked up the rear garden door, but that doesn't mean the garden never existed. The application ignores this. The property loses its garden and its privacy, contravening policy SD5K, which requires protection from harmful impact of existing amenities. This is more than a planning oversight. It's a fundamental loss of character, setting and policy integrity. I urge you to reject this application and protect the principles that define our national park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 3 speakers in support of this application, and the first is Megan Smith from ECE Planning. She's the planning agent.
Thank you, Chair and members. This proposal represents a carefully considered, high-quality, landscape-led scheme to deliver 5 new homes in Washington Village, one of which will be an affordable property for rural workers of the Whiston Estate. The application site is an area of hardstanding and scrubland, which is currently being underused, occupied by garages and informal parking. Over the past 2 years, we've worked closely with officers and statutory consultees to shape a sensitively designed development that respects the local character and enhances the setting of the Washington Conservation Area. Importantly, the Conservation, Design and Landscape officers have raised no objection to the scheme. They recognise that the proposal protects the setting of nearby listed buildings and supports the traditional grain of backland development in this part of the village. The layout has been carefully planned to avoid any loss of amenity to neighbouring properties, while maintaining the character of the street, a key route forming part of the South Downs Way. We have acknowledged and sought to address the concerns raised during the application, particularly regarding parking and highways. The scheme now provides 16 off-street parking spaces, 2 per new dwelling, and 6 additional spaces for the existing Bowleys, Weavers and Eastview cottages. Environmental protection has been a priority. We've secured a district licence for great crested newts, committed to biodiversity net gain using both on-site and off-site measures, and developed a water neutrality strategy by retrofitting water-saving measures to 14 existing homes across the estate. Beyond meeting policy requirements, this application reflects the Whiston Estate's long-term commitment to responsible stewardship. The inclusion of an affordable rural workers' home, along with a mix of smaller 2-bedroom dwellings, aligns with the National Park's goals to support local communities, helping young families and downsizers remain in or return to the village. In conclusion, this is a modest, well-designed proposal that meets housing needs, safeguards heritage and biodiversity, and delivers meaningful local benefits. We respectfully ask for your support in granting planning permission for this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hugh James, who's also from ECE Planning.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Hugh James, Director at ECE Planning, speaking on behalf of the Whiston Estate, the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today in support of this application, particularly on the important matter of parking, which has understandably been a concern for both the parish and local residents. From the outset, the applicant has listened closely to feedback from the community and from statutory consultees, including West Sussex Highways. In direct response to concerns raised, the number of on-site parking spaces has been increased to 16 spaces, striking a careful balance between providing satisfactory provision and maintaining a high-quality landscape-led design. A significant benefit of the scheme is the formal allocation of designated parking spaces to the existing properties Bowleys, Eastview and Weavers Cottage. These properties have historically relied on informal and unmarked parking across the yard site, and by formalising these spaces and surfaces, the proposals will deliver certainty for residents, reduces potential overspill onto the street, and improves the overall organisation of parking on site. West Sussex Highways officers have confirmed that the development will be self-sufficient in terms of residential parking. Whilst visitors may occasionally park off-site, this has been judged to be acceptable by the Highways Authority, given the ad hoc nature of visitor parking and the supporting evidence from a comprehensive parking survey. That survey showed sufficient on-street capacity currently exists, even at peak times, and confirmed that the scheme would not result in disruption to existing parking arrangements on the street. In conclusion, the applicant has gone beyond meeting just technical standards. The Whiston Estate has addressed local concerns and sought to deliver a practical, policy-compliant solution that provides well-managed parking for both existing and new residents. Beyond parking, the development will deliver wider benefits, including the affordable housing or key worker dwelling, as mentioned, replacing existing dilapidated garages and yard with high-quality, energy-efficient homes that respect the character of the conservation area and heritage assets, the landscape of the national park, and achieve biodiversity net gains. The scheme is compliant with the neighbourhood plan, the South Downs National Park local plan, and crucially, the National Park statutory purposes. We respectfully ask that you support the officer recommendation and grant permission for this carefully considered and locally responsive scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our third speaker is Mike Jones, who's representing himself as a local resident.
As I say, my name's Mike Jones, and actually I am a local resident, but I'm also advising the Western Estate on the property side of the matter, so I want to just declare that for everybody. But being local, I recognise and understand the initial local concern to the application, and the Western Estate and the ECE have worked hard with your officers to directly address these concerns and make changes to the concept as it has progressed. This has been going on for nearly 2 years now, and the application and the team have worked hard to sort out with the local authority, and now understand it receives support from the Conservation Officer and Landscape Officer, amongst others. I'm sure that it was noted on your inspection that whilst it occupies a prime position, it is rather overgrown and dominated by derelict buildings. I think if this proposal was being suggested in a beautiful manicured garden or an open field, I wouldn't be so enthusiastic. But I think all would agree that this area presents a wonderful opportunity to be improved if correctly executed. Parking, I appreciate, is one of the major concerns, and the design team recognises that, and I trust it's noted that this has been vastly improved from our initial concept of 13 spaces, 2 being visitor spaces, up to now 16, which I understand has a highway officer support. Compact family housing is at heart of this application, and I'm sure it's been noted, but your housing officer comments there are 63 families urgently requiring 2 and 3 bedroom houses in Washington. Wissington Estate itself provides 105 tenanted houses, primarily for agriculture workers, but also for private tenants, and their waiting lists are full to bursting. What I can say in support of this application is that I've personally received enough unsolicited inquiries to occupy it several times over, mainly from local families, so there is much demand for affordable and cheap homes to run within rural communities. May I ask that you support the officer's recommendation and grant permission to provide these much needed rural homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. So members, it's now open to you. John, and then John. John first.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask Sam to point out the parking spaces and the allocation of the 6 spaces to those that are adjacent to the site as opposed to the new houses? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I've got another plan actually I can show with parking spaces on. That was a pre-application scheme. Here we are. So you've got 5 spaces over here, 4 spaces here.
Can you speak up a bit because we can't hear you?
Yeah, of course, sorry. So you've got 5 spaces here, 4 here, 3 here, and then another 4 here, so 3 here and then 1 the other side of the garage. And in terms of asking about how they're allocated, you might be able to see on that plan numbers, so 2 for plot 1, plot 2, and plot 3, then 4 and 5 covered by these. And in terms of the existing properties, so Weavers, these 2 here, and then Bowley's has 1 here and 1 here, and Eastview here.
Okay, thank you. John? Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want, kind of picking up something from the last speaker came, I may have missed it in the papers, but are the 4 non-affordable houses, are they planned to be owned by the Whiston Estate and rented, or will they be sold? And a kind of related a question also related to the fact that Whiston Estate owns the houses that are most affected by it. Are planning decisions affected by the fact that, or do you have to take into account whether is the decision making different if the houses that are affected are owned by the applicant, who is therefore maybe more able to do what he wants with, or is it completely neutral on that?
No, it's just a planning application based on its own, and we make a decision based on its own merits. No comments. Oh, Andrew. Go ahead.
My first question was whether are the four non-affordable houses intended to be, are they going to be sold or are they going to be rented? And it's maybe not directly relevant, but it's just of interest.
Yeah, the other 4 would be open market dwellings.
Andrew.
Thank you. It is parking again, and as so often happens on these sort of sites, parking is of, I would say, primary importance, because done well, it speaks for itself. But there are, of course, issues here. I note that there are 16 spaces for 8 houses. We've just been shown by Sam where they're going to be, and it's going to be interesting how they actually allocate out in reality. But one thing is for certain, with the spacing of it, if one house, it is quite possible that if one property is only using 1 of 2 of the car parking spaces allocated to it, for example, in the tandem car parking areas, then that space isn't going to be available for a third party to use. I notice that it seems as though we're quite happy with visitors' cars to go out onto the street, and we saw how narrow the street was, and indeed how it could become difficult to use if cars were parked, if any number of cars were parked there. And I do note that it says in para 7.32 on page 123, visitors will either park on site when visiting a dwelling with less than 2 cars or park on the road. Given the temporary nature of visitor parking and the fact that some capacity does exist on the street, on balance this arrangement is considered acceptable. Who are we to judge how temporary the visitor parking is? It might be overnight. It might be indeed people displaced from the site because a visitor has gone into a place which they would otherwise be parking in when they come home. So I say this because this isn't an allocated site. This wasn't allocated in the local plan, and most of the allocated sites on the local plan say that all necessary vehicular parking is on site to avoid additional on-street parking. Well, that was put in for very good reason, and this illustrates well that reason. I come from a parish where on-street car parking is a complete nightmare and getting worse and worse. Here we are in a position potentially to address that, yet it's more than likely that there will be cars regularly parked on the street over and above what are there now. So I do have concerns with this application, if only because of that. I will, however, say that visually it looks as though the layout is good, but to say that we mustn't allow cars to be the site to be car dominated, I don't think it's so much car dominated as allocation for cars to be parked dominated. And if there are a couple of spare places on regular basis, that concerns me far less than there being too few, and then the street is cluttered up with cars. I think there's a balancing act here, but because of the layout of places like Washington and this part of Washington, it is so vitally important that that is an aspect of planning we take proper account of.
Fair comment. Do we have some more comments around the table? And if not, what do you want to do about it?
Are you asking me how I want to vote, Madam Chairman?
I'm asking you what your next proposal is, or what your next comment is.
Well, I'm judging the application on what is in front of me, Chairman.
Indeed.
I couldn't possibly change the application.
So are you proposing an amendment or not?
I looked at the Director of Planning and he shook his head because exactly, I don't think I'm in a position to suggest an amendment because I don't think how you could change what's in front of you.
So are you suggesting a deferment then? Or a refusal or something?
At
Or
this
not?
stage, I was wondering if anybody else was going to say something.
But nobody has. I've just asked that.
At
and nobody
this
has.
stage,
Sorry? Rob?
Just in order to provide clarity, and I know Andrew referred to a part in the report where it's mentioned about this issue, but I think also you need to refer to the Highways Authority who considered the application in some detail. And the bullet point, I think it's the third one up from the bottom of 4.1, where it does say, could lead to more parking on the street. This is considered on balance to be acceptable owing to the ad hoc nature of visitor parking. And obviously, as far as officers are concerned, Highways are raising no objection to this. So from our point of view, we consider this to be acceptable.
Andrew?
I wasn't going to mention it, but if somebody mentioned that the relevant authority are happy with car parking, it does ring alarm bells with me.
Would anybody else like to comment? In that case, would anybody like to propose the recommendation? Thank you. And Debbie will second it. So may we have a show of hands, please, for support for the recommendation? Thank you. And against the recommendation? And abstentions? Thank you very much. So that application is permitted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now have a lunch break for half an hour. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue with our planning meeting. Next application we have is Lancing College. And Sam will take us through the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start again with the update sheet. And an email from the agent submitted late that provided details on what the community use of the sports dome could involve, including partnership with local tennis clubs and state schools, hosting community tournaments, offering free or subsidised sessions to underrepresented groups, netball use for the local community and schools, as well as multi-sport use for younger children, all to be arranged when the facility is not in use by the college and while maintaining the safeguarding for students, in the same manner as the current arrangement for Lancing College's swimming pool. Key considerations for the proposed sports dome is again summarised in this presentation, but have been covered in detail in the officer's report, and they relate to siting, design and appearance, impact on heritage assets and the landscape. You will have seen from the officer's report that there are objections from Historic England and the National Park Authority's landscape and conservation officers. Also have the benefits of the development, how it would support the college, the local community, as I've just outlined in the update sheet, and provide biodiversity and ecosystem services enhancements. Also look at the mitigation of the development's impact through landscaping and colour choice. Right. Site's location. Here you will see the majority of the wider site of Lancing College, with the application site highlighted. You have the A27 here, which I feel the majority of the people experience views of the college, especially the chapel in its elevated and prominent location. Relevant for upcoming slides, I would like to highlight the location of Mill Hill Lower Car Park here, and the Downs Link public right-of-way running here. You can see the site location plan with the red line indicating the site and the blue line indicating the wider extent of the Lancing College. As you can see, the location of the application site is in an area of the wider site given over to sports pitches of both artificial and manicured grass surfaces. As a result of screening by trees, the application site is the least visually exposed of all the existing all-weather pitches. It is approximately 270 metres east of the chapel and sits approximately 25 metres lower on the slope of the land. Moving to site photographs, we've got a view from the path that leads down to the Ken Sherwood Astra, which is the subject of the application. So here we are looking north, and you see there are some trees to the north, and then to the east of the site we have the tree line. Then have the next photograph taken from on the Astra, looking back up to the path featured here, again showing the tree line now to the south of the site. Moving to this photograph, we're looking towards Lancing College Chapel to the west, and this shows that change in land level I was talking about. As you can see, the ground level rising up to the chapel. We then have a view from the lawn to the east of the chapel, looking towards the site, so you can see the sports pitches here, and then the site which is in the lower level here, down with these trees. Looking to the built heritage on site, this slide shows highlights the list of buildings. Of note are the chapel, which is a Grade 1 listed building, and the East and West quads and Great School, which are Grade 2 star listed buildings. Right. Proposed structure would broadly follow the perimeter of the Astro pitch, with the addition of a lobby structure to the south and a plant and storage room to the north. The structure would comprise a wood frame with heavy-duty flame-retardant PVC-coated polyester fabric to form the covering structure. It would measure 75 metres long, 35 metres wide, with a maximum height of 13 metres. The colour has been changed through the consideration process, originally starting in a lighter green that's more representative of the images you have seen, but it's been changed to this darker green, known as black green, see in the square here. In order to mitigate the impact of the development, the scheme's been amended during the consideration process to include the planting of 21 trees. This was done with the aim of strengthening the existing tree line to the east of the site and to provide additional screening to the west between the proposed sports dome and the chapel. So you can see here some additional planting to the east, and then the west, this line, double line of trees, and additional ones here. This section shows how the tree screening would interact with the views available from the lawn to the east of the chapel, so that site photograph I showed before. You can see them as three different colours, the smallest, darkest green being the size when planted, and then medium one being within 15 years, and then the larger, lighter green at maturity. We're now going to go through some visuals submitted with the landscape and visual impact assessment. Firstly, we're going to start with that view again from the chapel looking towards the sports dome. So you can see here, occupying the lower level below the sports pitches in the foreground. This is a winter view without the tree cover, the proposed tree planting. Then move to this summer view, which shows the tree planting after 15 years intervening in the view. Now moving to some of the locations I highlighted earlier, we've got the Mill Hill lower car park. Now, I'm not sure how clearly this will come through, but you can see the sort of ghostly image indicating the outline of the entire structure there. And then we move to the next slide. You'll see what you can see of the structure itself in between the trees here. Again, these are winter images, so with the trees not in foliage. We now have the same from the Downs Link path that I highlighted before. So again, the full extent of the structure, its visibility with the existing tree screening. To sum up, the location of the Ken Sherwood Astro with its existing tree screening make it the least prominent of the existing pitches. The proposed landscaping scheme would in time supplement the existing screening, further integrating the proposed sports dome. The black-green colour choice is supported by evidence that it would complement the existing palette, and the size of the structure is the minimum required to perform its function. In addition to this, the development would support the continued function of the college by providing facilities in line with competing institutions, thereby helping to secure the optimal viable use for its built heritage. The viability of the college is also linked to its ability to maintain its heritage assets and manage its estate in a manner as outlined in the whole estate plan that is supported by the National Park. Historic England and the authorities' landscape and conservation officers maintain an objection to this development. On balance, however, officers are of the opinion that the benefits for the proposed development outweigh the harms stated by consultees. For this reason, the recommendation is to approve the development subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. We have one speaker for this application, and he is in support of the application, and this is Mark Milling, who is the bursar of Lancing College. Good afternoon.
I'd like to thank Tim and Sam for recommending this application for approval. The narrative captures exactly what I tried so hard to explain to the Policy and Resources Committee at our recent Whole Estates Plan ratification. The members really seem to understand the challenging environment and why it is so very important that the college and the park work together in partnership. At Lancing, everything the executive team and governors do is for the holistic good of the whole school ecosystem. And it does need to be looked at as a whole. We're not just our pupils, our staff, our neighbourhood, our buildings, or our wider estate. We're all of these things, and each of these things at the same time. They all depend on each other in a complex dance. There are very challenging times ahead. We have few friends at the moment. VAT has been imposed on fees. We have lost our charitable rates relief, and national insurance contributions have rocketed. Most schools have had to take a significant hit on fee income because we haven't been able to pass on all of these costs on to parents who are already significantly struggling with affordability. We know of at least 5 independent schools in Sussex going through staff redundancy processes at the moment. Nationally, schools are going bankrupt every week. Our budget for the next few years is loss-making. We are solid, we have healthy cash reserves, but the environment is hugely challenging and we will have to adapt to remain sustainable. Over our 3 schools and nurseries, we educate over 1,200 pupils from 6 weeks to 18 years old. We employ around 450 staff. We contribute over £40 million to the economy, roughly half of which is local. To remain competitive, the campus must continue to evolve, and this does mean that we will need to invest in sensible and considered new facilities. The loss of just 10 pupils to our competitors hits our bottom line by over £500,000. Our sports facilities are way behind our competitors, so we are asking permission to put a cover on our smaller Astro. Those of you who kindly visited us recently will know that the position of the sports dome is about as far from the chapel and as low down on the school as is possible. I do feel that the photo of the view from the chapel rather over-eggs the impact since it has zoomed in on the dome, rather like when a photographer takes a zoomed-in photo of the moon, which makes it look enormous. Following your visit, we have made changes to the proposed colour of the dome and also to the planting scheme. The dome would be a valuable new asset for the school and for the local community. You'll have seen from our impact report how the local community use our facilities, and this will apply to the new dome as well. Thanks again to the team for recommending approval. I would have liked to have brought a pupil along for you today, but I'm afraid that lessons took priority. Instead, you've had to put up with a rather embattled bursar, but thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you very much. So, members, it's now down to you. Who would like to start? Paul.
Thank you. I'm very struck by the representations or the consultation with Historic England. It talks about the importance of the listed buildings in the world, the largest school chapel, and their prominence in the downland landscape. And despite the proposed changes to the colour and the planting, still maintain, you know, a very straight objection to the application on heritage grounds. And yet, despite this, we're asked to approve it. Are Historic England not the experts on this, to judge on this? I don't know. I'm very uncomfortable with receiving this opinion from the experts and being invited to simply disregard it.
John?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm of the reverse view, actually. We visited the site, and I actually found that terribly informative. I also appreciate that the applicants have taken the colour suggestions on board as well as the planting, which I also thought was positive. The view for me is the one travelling west on the A27 as you're driving through. It's the one point where you see the chapel in its glory, and it does look fantastic. I think, almost as the bursar said, that this site and its proposal is sufficiently low that it doesn't affect that view. Therefore, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't affect the setting of the chapel.
Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, given the presentation very much focused on the planting to mitigate or hide this structure, why don't we just go in with full-size trees as opposed to waiting 10 years or so for them to grow up, if it's the view that is, you know, offending thine eye? Just start off with bigger trees, particularly on the sides of the views that are likely to be more contentious, like to the chapel.
Do the officers have a comment, or is it just down to cost?
It would be possible to amend condition 5 to secure a size of tree. Potentially that's the landscaping condition. So we can seek to get the largest size tree possible. I'm not an expert. I don't know what size that would be, but we can certainly look to strengthen that condition to achieve that.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yes, that's certainly within your gift. Just consider, you've got to have the discussion about what the visual impact really is and how high a bar you think it is. And also I'd just comment on a proportional approach, given what the nature of the application is in terms of, you know, its relative cost, and to be discussed your view of the impact before automatically going to assuming that it's got to be a standard tree, which has other implications, including cost and root ball and all the rest of it.
Thank you. Antonia?
Yes, I agree with Paul Bevan that the objections of our Historic England and our Conservation Officer and our Landscape Officer are very striking, and this is, after all, sometimes called the Cathedral of the Downs. I wasn't able to go on the site visit, but I know the view of the chapel well, and I think the dome really does interfere with it. And while I'm sympathetic to the position of the school, and I welcome the change of colour and the various ideas on landscaping, I don't really see that this is compatible with Purpose 1. This does not conserve or enhance a very important heritage asset.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes, well, these things are a matter of judgment. I'm afraid I disagree with the last judgment that was expressed. I normally indeed do have a great deal of respect for comments made by Historic England and so forth, and I certainly take the view that Lancing College Chapel deserves to be a Grade 1 listed building, and there are not very many of those as a proportion of all listed buildings. But I must say that I agree with the view that John Hyland has expressed. I don't think this would be significant in that really important long view across, yes, it's sort of across the valley, isn't it? And nor do I think, because of the difference in ground heights and so forth, it would have the significant effect that some of those organisations who commented suggest it would have in the context of the position within the school grounds. It seems to me to be a sensible approach to providing what clearly would be a useful and valuable facility for the school. And I think with the colouring they're now proposed to adopt, it would be acceptable even in the general vicinity, but at a lower level than of a Grade 1 listed building.
Thank you. Andrew.
Yes, I concur with what Alan and his ilk have said. But and indeed the point that of the height of it, and that illustrates the fact that, as it says in 7.14, the Astro sits 25 metres below the level of the chapel, and the top of this roof is 30 metres above that. So there's a gap there of 12 metres, and that 12 metres is effectively what you can see from in the view that you've got there. As far as English heritage are concerned, possibly they almost had to say that. I'm sort of thinking that it was they were put in a difficult position, I suspect, because as we've made clear, and as everybody who knows the chapel is aware, it is an iconic building. If you would to sort of think of 2 or 3 buildings in the national park, and which would be one of those which would crop up, no doubt. So maybe they're having to take a defensive view of it. But that said, I think everything put in the balance, bearing in mind that the school also has to, of course, look after the chapel as well. So the health of the school finances are reflected in the quality of the continuing good health of the structure of the chapel. Maybe that's sort of looking, but certainly it has had to be mended over years. I know the structural stone it's made out of wasn't long lasting. And so, therefore, Chairman, I'm minded to go with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Janet.
Thank you, Chairman. As it happens, I travelled that road yesterday. Fortunately, I was a passenger in the car, so you know I can take a good look at it. I guess anybody trying to find it would have to either be walking or on horseback, because the roads are so busy there that in either direction you don't have a lot of time to have a look to see if there's a green building there. I think they've done a pretty good job. The trees, I'm not fussy about the trees. I mean, if you could get larger ones, fine, but I don't think it's the end of the world if you can't. They will grow up eventually, and people will accept them. I think this scheme has worked out pretty well, Chairman.
Thank you. Any more comments? Daniel?
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, it is a school chapel, and if with the emphasis on school, so if the accoutrements of a school are set up and what you might expect in a school these days are roundabout, then I think one has to be practical about these things, and I think the mitigations that have been put in place are appropriate. So on that basis, I'm happy to go with Andrew and his ilk.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to say that's my opinion as well. However, we have this issue of tree sizes. Are the members minded to? Are you minded to ask for a bigger tree? Change the conditions? Who wants to make a comment? John? Somebody's on, and yeah, there we go. Try again.
Sorry, I think the tree planting that's proposed is absolutely fine, and it will catch up quite quickly. It'll probably do it faster than anything larger.
Thank you.
I was just about to say the same thing. I
Right,
don't think
good.
it's proportionate to ask for bigger trees.
In which case, can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Janet and Daniel, thank you very much. And a show of hands to support the application, please. And against? 1. Abstentions? 1. Thank you very much. So that application is permitted. This is the moment when I'm leaving you in the tender care of John Hyland, and Daniel is also leaving. And Janet, you need to leave.
Can I ask if I go as well? Are you still going to be quorate? Because I'll sit tight.
Are we still quorate? We're just checking. Yes? Yes.
So if I go, it's all right if I go. Okay.
Oh, and then Antonia was also on the edge. So we better have a bit of a careful count then.
So am I all right to go? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I haven't got the list of... That's there.
Speakers are on the last one. That's those two. So it's three. Two against one.
Oh, okay. Peter Earl, David Ashford, and Gareth Giles. It's a whole new world. I'd like to turn to agenda item 11 and ask Tim if he can now just go through this.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'll start off perhaps in a slightly unusual fashion with an apology and an acknowledgement. First of all, the apology that the error that's outlined in the report has occurred, that there are things in place to make sure that doesn't happen again, and indeed further works happening to the systems as a whole. And an acknowledgement that, as well as ourselves, thanks to Friends of Lewis, who are also instrumental in spotting the issue, that we have been able to address in the manner that's addressed in the report. Turning to the report itself, again, it's the second one you've had today where there is no planning merits to be considered. And I draw your attention to the update sheet that makes a few additional comments, but also reiterates that point. There is no application before you with this. Indeed, there is no proposal. There is a decision out there that's currently being subject to judicial review at the courts. And I would add that the papers have been submitted, and at the moment there is no contention in them. Nobody's contesting them. The reason for bringing this report here is that should that permission be quashed, we are asking for delegated authority to reissue the permission, taking into account the macro matters that are outlined in the paper here in terms of changes to the NPPF and the law, and importantly, any other new issues that arrive that can be addressed through the delegated authority with the chair. And I would add in that respect, the conditions have been worded and the section 106 will enable changes to address new matters. Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I'd like to turn to Kelly Porter, who will outline the position to us. Kelly. Oh, sorry. Rob's. I'm advised that Robert.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a brief further update from me in terms of the legal process. So there is a judicial window period, and just to confirm that the proceedings were started within that correct period. The latest update is that, and the stage following that is that there's a consent order that has been agreed between the planning authority and the applicant, and that was submitted to the courts yesterday. So now we wait for the courts to consider that and return with an approved order. So just the latest update there, Chair.
Thank you. We have 3 public speakers, 2 against the application and 1 in support of the application. So if I could ask Peter Earl to talk to us for a few minutes. Peter, you have 3 minutes.
The consideration of this item is premature with the JR and the Section 245 landscape assessment both outstanding. For any new decision to be sound, it must have regard to all the material changes in circumstance since the February 2024 consideration. The landscape officer objected to the loss of key views and the sense of place. The authority is charged to avoid harm and contribute to the conservation and enhancement of natural beauty. How will the landscape be protected? With the current national interest in the felling of one single sycamore tree, we expect this review to finally include proper consideration of the felling of 60 protected trees within this site. The latest details of effluent discharge from the Lewis catchment to the River Ouse show that effluent was entering the river 55% of the year. And in March this year, the driest for 60 years, 80% of the time. How can this new development be allowed, adding to pollution? With 100% likelihood of flood in the next 15 years, just imagine the state of the floodwater. The Phoenix Quarter is part of a wider development area set out in policy SD57, where a comprehensive approach is expected. There is limited connectivity with the town from the development, other than the proposed Thomas Paine Bridge. However, this bridge is not required under the terms of the legal agreement until 500 dwellings are built. Those people will be in transport limbo for an indefinite period. How can 65% modal shift be achieved with that? The absence of the western riverside link under Phoenix Causeway, conflicting with the Lewis Neighbourhood Plan, remains an unacceptable absence. With the Lewis community now kept in the dark about pre-application discussions, we do not know how the emergent Cayuga home scheme on the south side of Phoenix Causeway will connect with the road network. We look for officers to confirm that all the traffic from this adjacent development can get on and off Phoenix Causeway without circulating through the conservation area, including travelling through the replacement bus station twice. More importantly, we look for confirmation that because of the congestion in the town with gridlock in the one-way system, that the pedestrianised Cliff High Street and cycle route will not become a rat run. On the subject of the bus station, the delivery of an alternative is now uncertain with the resale of the current site and little prospects of funds for the replacement coming forward. Again, we expect the authority to make clear how it will ensure that the replacement bus interchange can be delivered if only the Phoenix Causeway is developed. What a pity we are left with an unused bus station when 1,600 services a week have so much need for it.
Thank you, Peter. We now have David Atwood speaking as Chair of Lewis Conservation Area Advisory Group. Good afternoon.
The Lewis Conservation Area Advisory Group has previously supported the application before you and recognises the enormous amount of work that has been done over the last few years to provide a major sustainable development in Lewis, one that reduces car dependency, opens up the riverside, and provides new public spaces, high-quality architecture, and affordable housing. But since you last considered this planning application over a year ago, much has changed. We have a new national planning policy framework and new, more cautious approaches to considering flood risk. Neither of these factors were properly considered in the officer's report. Within the overall SD57 policy area, the proposed alternative to Lewis bus station, part of which is included in this application, is not in our view a safe alternative to the existing provision. You will be aware that the existing application for development of the bus station site is subject to legal challenge. It is therefore possible that the bus station's application too will be quashed and you will have to start again. For the adjacent Eastgate Wharf area, no application has as yet been submitted, but both developments will have a material impact on SD57 and the Phoenix Causeway. We are very concerned that the highways and parking arrangements that have so far been discussed will be far from satisfactory for the town. Approval of this scheme would risk blighting the Phoenix site once again with a planning permission which proves undeliverable. This, together with the inappropriate development on the bus station site, would seriously and irreversibly harm the character of our conservation area and damage the bus services that we wish to support and enhance as the most sustainable way of connecting our town to the wider area. In our response to the recent local plan consultation, we requested a review of the whole SD57 policy area. We believe that the current unusual situation offers you a valuable opportunity. We therefore request that you do not today delegate the decision on this application to the Director of Planning, but instead convene a meeting of the landowners, relevant authorities and representatives of Lewis, as has been requested many times in the past, to discuss the most appropriate approach to policy area SD57 as a whole. Only when this has been thoroughly considered should the application return to your committee for a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the application, we have Gareth Giles of Whaleback Planning Consultants. Oh, sir.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Gareth Giles. I'm the planning agent for this application and the planning director of Whaleback. It's always a pleasure to be before you, even in this unusual case, as Tim has outlined. I only wish to say a few words to endorse the officer's recommendation and reassure all parties of our support for and assistance with the ongoing judicial process. I'd also like to reassure members and other stakeholders that my client, Human Nature, is fully committed to the package of mitigation measures and public benefits secured by the S106 agreement. The applicant has pushed hard to reach agreement on these matters between the main parties, and a final draft Section 106 agreement is now available on the planning register, as you will have seen. The erroneous decision notice was unfortunate, but the applicant responded very quickly to confirm it will abide by the 106 obligations and is fully supporting your authority in the legal process and looks forward to securing a new decision with the appropriate conditions and a signed Section 106 as soon as possible. The merits of the application, as Tim says, were considered and supported by Planning Committee last year and are not before you. I can confirm that significant highways evidence has been gathered since your last hearing to fulfil the previous resolution from that committee. Your committee report today at section 4.2 confirms that the applicant has submitted further evidence of mitigation measures and transport impacts with a comprehensive and consolidated transport assessment addendum, which was completed in January 2025. It also confirms the Highways Authority and SDNPA have completed their assessment of this evidence to ensure the development would be suitable, accessible and safe. This also includes a broad package of physical interventions on and off the site, including a comprehensive mobility services package and a bond of over £1 million to mitigate any future impacts identified by long-term monitoring overseen by the Highways Authority. And the Highways Authority, as of February 2025, and National Highways, as of this month, now raise no objection to the travel plan or Section 106 obligations. I've listened carefully to the opposing speakers today, including those calling for an embargo on all development in Lewis, and I've also listened to every possible viewpoint throughout this 3-year application process. But the Phoenix is the largest and most important strategic allocation in the National Park's local plan, yet remains undelivered. Decades of dereliction blight Lewis every day, and over 200 affordable homes as proposed in this application, as well as critical flood defences for the site and surrounding town, and the wider regeneration opportunities for this town from this town centre brownfield site remain in hiatus. The Friends of Lewis criticised the timing of the Thomas Paine Bridge, for example, but no bridge will happen at all unless it has planning permission from this authority.
Sorry, Gareth, you've run out of time, I'm afraid.
Thank you for your time.
Right, members, I'd like to invite you to ask any questions of the officers or make any comments. Alan.
Yes. This is another item on today's agenda which left me in a degree of puzzlement. I'm well aware with my particular background that the word applicant in the context of cases which are going to judicial review or the statutory challenge process under the Planning Act has or is capable of bearing a different meaning from our customary use of the word applicant at the Planning Committee, but I haven't quite understood who is the applicant in the judicial proceedings to quash the granted planning permission. Is it us?
Wait a second, Alan. Becky, can you answer this, please?
Oh, sorry, yes.
The applicant was the chair of the Planning Committee, Heather Baker, hence why she's excused herself from this meeting.
Our own application to quash
It is
the
indeed,
permission.
yes.
Granted. Well, at the substantive, at the time this committee considered this substantive application, I was strongly in favour of it on the merits and voted for it. But I must admit I am a bit puzzled about what we are being asked to do at this particular meeting. If for some unfathomable and unpredictable reason the High Court fails to quash the planning permission as granted. In other words, were it for some reason to take the view that this error didn't matter and the permission stands, wouldn't the position be that we have no jurisdiction to take another decision in relation to it because we've already made a decision on it?
So, Alan,
and in just to put the second part of that, I know that is a question in itself, but isn't the position, if the High Court do quash it, then it is technically back before this committee potentially for full consideration again? It's fully back before the committee. Is that not right? And would we not, if it is quashed, it's quashed. And and it is as if we haven't made a decision. Isn't it then back before the committee for...
If you just turn your microphone off, I'll ask Becky to explain the detail to you, because I'd be interested in that as well.
You're certainly correct in the first point. There is no, there's no application for you to consider at the moment. And if the High Court weren't to confirm the consent order, albeit highly unusual, the permission that's been granted would stand. However, if the consent order is approved and the permission is quashed, the decision then it needs to be retaken, hence why you've got a recommendation to your Director of Planning to take that decision based on the updated information, and he would take into account everything that is necessary in relation to that particular decision, taking into account all of the updates that you're referenced here, and any other matters that might come to light during that period of time. Tim might want to add to that.
Tim.
All I'd add really is that it's in consultation very much so with the chair of the planning committee, if that gives any support.
Alan, does that satisfy your curiosity?
My understanding of what is proposed, but I have to say I'm a little bit troubled that the reality of the position is that the whole grant, or technically or not, of this planning permission for a most important scheme is effectively being left as a delegated matter that won't come again before the committee, because it's not really coming before the committee on the merits in a meaningful way now. But if it is quashed, in theory, the whole thing is open before the committee on the merits and whatever, and we would never get to look at it. I just find that rather odd. I'll hear what, if anything, my other colleagues want to say on that, but I'm just feeling a little bit uneasy about the odd situation that would be created by the decision.
Alan, if I can get Tim Slaney, our Chief Planning Officer, to explain that, and then I'll go on to colleagues to see what they have to say.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the unease. I'd remind everybody we had this twice at committee before. It got very good airings, and indeed it was deferred the first time to close down matters that were still outstanding. The reason for the recommendation as it is that we believe that with those two thorough debates and doing it in consultation with the chair, taking into account the changes that you've heard about, we are in a position to be able to responsibly and robustly issue a new permission. That's why the recommendation is as it is. If huge significant changes had taken place, then yes, one can see why one might bring it back, and that's the judgment, and that's why it's here before you.
Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, we've heard how important this development is strategically, and it's been a long time in gestation. And frankly, the town needs it. I mean, that area of Lewes has been awaiting regeneration and development for so long. We need the homes. We've had, as Tim has said, considerable airing and discussion of previous schemes and this scheme. I wasn't actually on the planning committee when it was approved, but I have no doesn't make me want to make the applicant go through it all again. I mean, seen from the applicant's point of view, if we're trying to attract and encourage investment in this iconic town, and we finally got a development that ticks so many boxes, to allow it to, I mean, it's incredibly unfortunate that this has happened. I mean, it is, you know, an embarrassment, yes. Then I really do think we need to close it down and get on with it. I so move.
Debbie.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I totally agree with what my colleague here has said. This is really important. It's really unfortunate, and we need to do whatever is the appropriate thing to do so this matter can be expedited and then move forward with the planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew.
Well, of course, I agree with everybody from the point of view that we've gone so far with this and we mustn't delay the process any more than is necessary. But using the word than is necessary, I'm also very aware that the unforeseen adaptations could be made to the plan. We know that there have been changes, of course, to policy, which mean that various parts of it have to be changed. Also, if this is done behind closed doors, we're not under public scrutiny, and if there's one thing Lewis expects, it is to be able to give public scrutiny to work which is done on their behalf in the town. And therefore, rather like Alan has intimated, I am a little concerned that the task, however good Tim Slaney is at his work, and however much we might agree with what he's done, there is also this aspect of the public view of not only to be right, but seen to be right.
Thank you, Andrew. I actually don't think the plans have changed, but I'm going to ask Robert if he can give me a bit of a steer on this one. Or perhaps Kelly.
Yeah, I can confirm to members the plans and the drawings, because you remember it's a hybrid application, so it's part outline, part in full, have not changed. And as Gareth explained when he spoke to you, the bulk of the time has been made up looking at the transport issues and securing the transport mitigation, and that's what's taken the time.
Thank you, Kelly. Is there any further comments? Andrew, sorry, Alan.
I just want to make the point, and I'm sort of grateful in a way for the supportive comments from my colleague Andrew Saxon on my left, but I don't want to make difficulties for this scheme. I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the scheme and spoke strongly in favour of it at the Planning Committee. I find it a very unusual and unfortunate situation that we have been put into. But I think that there's not a universal, I know we're a small committee now anyway, but there's not a universal feeling of concern that we really must stop this and start the whole thing again. And I certainly don't want to be the person who, from sort of slight legal queasiness, slight lawyer's queasiness, if I put it like that, puts a spanner in the works. So I'm not going to push the point that I mentioned. I'm prepared to go along with the recommendation. I just find it a very unfortunate situation that we've got ourselves into, but on the strength of the assurances that the plans basically have not changed, and that...
Alan, can you get a bit closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, on the strength of the assurances that the plans which are actually before us have not in themselves changed, I myself, having thought about it and heard what's been said by officers and fellow members, am prepared to go along with the recommendation. Unusual situation though it is. I can't remember coming across quite this situation in, I don't know how many it was, 40, more than 40 years of practice. But it's not the only case that authorities have sought to quash their own decisions, but this particular combination of circumstances of that and the rest of it, I can't say I've come across before, but I'm prepared to go along with it if our currently active lawyers are happy with it, and it seems that Becky is.
Yes, I think she is. Right, can we just go to the recommendation, please? Sorry, Debbie.
I'd like to propose the recommendation.
Okay, may I have a seconder? Paul. Right, I'd like to take a vote now. There's only 5 of us here. Can we vote for, please, the recommendation? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. I think we can...
Right. So now we'll move on to agenda item 12, which is the community-led approach to traffic solutions, guidance and catalogue of interventions. That's quite a mouthful, isn't it? That's me. Right. So we've got Alex going to take us through this report. Please, Alex. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So this item is seeking approval for the community-led approaches to traffic solutions, guidance document and catalogue of interventions. And these are to set out the process for which the aspirations of the Roads in the South Downs policies could be delivered by parish and town councils seeking to solve traffic-related issues in their communities. So the project originally proposed to develop a suite of solutions which are both highways compliant and appropriate for use in the protected landscape. And the guidance document to assist communities identifying, investigating and assembling solutions to traffic problems that they are sort of facing. And again, intended to be a way of implementing the vision set out in Roads in the South Downs and as part of, following the changes from the Laura Act to help inform the local highway authorities of alternative approaches for traffic solutions within the National Park that can help them fulfil their Section 245 duty in regards to using of highway infrastructure. So this work has followed the publication of Roads in South Downs, where we found that highway issues are one of the consistent things being raised by parishes. They're often a high priority for town and parish councils and their residents. While some of the local highway authorities do offer community-funded infrastructure programs to help solve some of the issues they're approached with, the results of these are still quite often standard highway solutions, such as white plastic gateways, fluorescent yellow backing boards, increased signs and lines, and a lot of the fairly urbanising and fairly sort of off-the-shelf solutions that highway authorities are used to using. While the South Downs National Park Authority is not responsible for highways, it does offer an avenue to promote more park-appropriate solutions as part of our sort of purposes, duties, and the duties put upon the highway authorities as public bodies. So working with a consultant, we put together a package of work to produce these 2 documents. These were created in concert with the 3 pilot parishes that are identified across the park, being Cheriton, Fittleworth and Jevington, and the three main highway authorities that we deal with being Hampshire County Council, West Sussex County Council and East Sussex County Council. So the two documents that have been produced, the guidance document outlines the need for the more appropriate traffic solutions, overall design principles and guidelines, and shows the process to identify, investigate, evidence and plan solutions to traffic issues. The catalogue of interventions lists the individual interventions for appropriate use, which have been agreed by the highway authorities as being suitable from their perspective, and from our perspective being much more integratable into the national park. So mainly the guidance document outlines the process around seeking the solutions to traffic issues, starting with identifying and investigating those issues, gathering evidence and assembling a solution. With the scheme assembled with components from the catalogue, support and funding can be sourced. And part of this is to create robust plans which can be used to secure funding and to sort of better communicate the needs and wants of the communities in regards to sort of solutions to the traffic problems they're facing. The schemes can be implemented either through the highway authorities who have some of the community funded infrastructure programs, or through third-party contractors under license. But it has been noted that in the current sort of financial situations, the town and parish councils will likely be relied upon to maintain certain interventions, especially if they're a bit more bespoke or kind of a bit more above what the highway authorities are generally looking to install. And also as part of this post-implementation evaluation should be carried out, partly to confirm the interventions are working as intended, and partly kind of to provide more case studies to build a more robust system of example pricing, which is part of the catalogue of interventions. So the catalogue contains of the individual interventions considered both appropriate for use in the national park and approved for use by the highway authority, and restates the design principles and guidelines to continue an emphasis on locally significant materials and more integrated solutions such as buff or beige surfacing colours rather than the bright red. Each one has a chart which shows kind of the accessibility of each intervention within the highway authorities, because some interventions run counter to policies individual highway authorities and some are others. So it just kind of to have a bit of guidance and expectation management for the town and parish councils looking to use this. And the catalogue also contains case studies of existing interventions that are compliant with the principles within the document, with some outline costs to kind of help guide what sort of the expectation is of how these things could end up costing. And sort of the next steps following the decision here is to roll out this guidance to sort of town and parish councils and to the local highway authorities themselves, because there are a number of sort of routes, including sort of plan newsletter, parish workshops, attending the local access forum, and with the SIL applications next year as information readily available for anyone wanting to put together an application that way. Part of the recommendation is to delegate authority to make minor adjustments to the catalogue intervention in regards to keeping pricing updated, and to add case studies to it as examples of works that we approve and schemes that have gone through, and again to continue that kind of benchmarking in regards to pricing.
Okay, thank you. So there's a recommendation in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have some comments? Paul?
Yes, thank you. I very much welcome this. In the Ouse Valley, we've been working on trying to make the C7 road between Lewes and Newhaven safer, but not only safer, more distinctively a national park road, in line with the roads in the South Downs document, which is a long time ago now, and I hadn't realised that this was being worked on. It hasn't touched us, and so we've been working rather independently and commissioning consultants to come up with design solutions at different levels, which actually very much are echoed in this document. So that's all good. I found actually, and one thing I particularly welcome is it's here before this committee, because I feel like transport is, because it's the authority is not a highway authority, transport is a sort of bit aside from planning, and I'd like to see a much greater recognition that roads, as it says in the document, are so important in the identity of the South Downs and the creation of a sense of place. So distinctive ways of dealing with our roads, the sort of environmental cues, the design cues, the consistency of signage and everything, I think it's hugely important. So I welcome it along. And there's only one comment I'd like to say on the actual documentation, is that I personally found on page 29 or 3/372, depending which page you're going to, there's a table that illustrates your system for grading the catalogue of interventions against any of the 3 highway authorities. And it looks unfinished. It has lorem ipsum, blah, blah, alongside it in the table. And you can't quite work out what's going on apart from the fact that ESCC compared to HCC and West Sussex looks terrible. So I wonder whether that's also repeated in the front of the catalogue of interventions, and it looks a bit difficult to understand to me, but maybe that's just me. Thanks. Thanks for all your work.
Sorry, that was largely there as a placeholder to demonstrate that the table itself, rather than necessarily giving an example from the interventions, it was put there really as an outline of the table structure, rather than necessarily that. But if it could be sort of changed to an example from the good to be clearer.
I'd be a bit fed up if I was East Sussex and seeing red against my...
Andrew.
Albeit justified.
Sorry. Andrew.
Yes, thank you. Like Paul, this document came as a complete surprise to me, and like Paul's parishes, we in the area have been doing similar things, which actually could have contributed to this, and indeed could have helped. And indeed, I have a number of points that I would like to make, Chairman. Starting with, do local highways authorities have to adopt it in any way? Because we are effectively adopting it, and they've been part of the consultation process and have actually put themselves out and have said, at least it says here they've said, that they've done a lot of things which I have found that in the case of West Sussex County Council, they'll move heaven and earth to make it very difficult to do. So my first question is, do they have to adopt it? And in which case it commits them to it. I'm sorry.
I'm not entirely sure on the point of them adopting this document in particular, but this is intended as part of the continuation of the protocol for the management of highways in the South Downs National Park, which was sort of the central document that was agreed by the highway authorities that roads in the South Downs was also developed from. So as this is essentially a way of actioning the principles and policies within the roads in the South Downs, there is an argument that it forms a bit of a golden thread up to that central policy which they did sign and that agreement that stands.
Hold on a second. Tim wants to make a comment.
Yeah, no, thank you. Really helpful background, Alex. So there's a high-level memorandum of understanding from years and years ago. There's the roads in the South Downs document that the highways authorities are signed up to. I think the word adoption is a bit dangerous because we think of that in a particular way in the planning world. They are equally signed up to this with the good work Alex and others have done. We can't actually commit them every time to say, and there's a lot in here about the money and finance, which is always a consideration. What I would say, though, is that Section 245 seek to further duty that not only falls on us but on the Highways Authority has been helpful in constructing this, and I know some of the conversations we have had, the authorities have actually said, well, if this sort of enables us to show that we've done that duty, then all power to its elbow. But I want to be absolutely clear, we can't force them to adopt it, as it were.
Okay.
if I might come back, adopt, I accept possibly is the wrong word, but it is really that there is some commitment, something more than just a sort of throwaway line possibly in the public one night. And in fact, because on page 4/347, it says, highway design has historically been the product of the rigid application of engineering standards. And this, in some ways, is starting to tear up that book. There's ways that they're willing to be adaptable, or so it would appear from that. But further to that, and further to what Paul said, I am surprised that you just used 3 pilots, be they no doubt very worthy pilots, but there was a lot more information out there that you could have, I'm sure, gleaned. And one of the things, for example, is that it says somewhere that, where are we now? That TROs can take up to 6 months. That is probably about the minimum period of time that many of us have experienced TROs taking. And if you had had to talk to 1 or 2 other councils, this would have come out. And on page 7, for example, there is a description of that's 350, para 3, traffic can impact the environment and the appearance of local communities, blah, blah, blah. But also traffic can have collisions with buildings and infrastructure. It can physically damage as well. I think it's very important to include this in it. And the other thing too is, this document gives the impression that highways are really quite keen to be working with parishes, which comes back to why I first raised the question in the way I did and made the point in the way I did. Because experience with the parishes I've had anything to do with, and bearing in mind that I chair the Chichester District Association of Local Councils, and that is 60 plus parishes, they tend to say that it's very difficult to have cooperative working with county councils. And on page 22, it says, this is something which would worry me if I was a parish and I would query it. It says, it's maintaining, as it is likely the town parish council will be taking ownership of the interventions. Can we be certain that town and parish councils will be taking ownership of the interventions, bearing in mind that they are changes to the highway and to the highway structure? They might be contributing towards those interventions, but my experience is in a parish which has just given £40,000 effectively to a highways intervention, that we had to effectively give them the intervention. That was money which went to West Sussex County Council to help them do something. So I don't know that the word "it is likely", it is more than unlikely that they won't. It is very unlikely that they'll be taking the ownership, I would suggest. And on page 385, there's an issue about signage too. It mentions signage, if I can find the thing, looking at 2 pages at once. It talks about overly large-scale signage. This is second to last bullet point, in bright and fluorescent colours. Much more to the point is that for some reason, local authorities, when I was a youth, signs tended to be at about 2'6" off the ground. These days, they tend to be about 8 feet off the ground. They seem to be getting higher and higher, as if giraffes are driving vehicles now, not human beings. There's never been a reason given, but not only do they look unsightly, but they're much more likely to fall over, because of course the principle of moments works on the things, and they tend to fall over much more easily. Also, it mentions quite a lot of the use of faux plastic in signage, which, whilst from the maintenance point of view might be a good thing, as a member of the Sustainable Communities Fund, we, on behalf of the National Park, have been trying our damnedest to stop anybody from putting plastic anywhere, even if it costs a little bit more money. And so I think faux plastic, faux wood plastic signs, should be the last resort, not something which is taken as something which is all the time. But the other thing is road surfacing, and it's illustrated well on page 404. Any veneer on a road surface will sooner, almost rather than later, start to break up and fall apart. There's nothing worse. It is like introducing large-scale road patching. I would suggest we steer well clear of change differentials in road surfaces if we can possibly avoid it. We haven't got the Petersfield residents here, but at the moment, driving through the middle of Petersfield is like an obstacle course. It's absolutely ghastly. If you go past the red line, there's one place there where the road's completely disintegrated. So I would suggest that while some things are very good in principle, in practice they don't work. And I'm sorry, it's just one more point here, and that is on page 411. It refers to pinch points, and what it doesn't say, it talks about various things that should and shouldn't be done, but it doesn't mention lighting. And my experience of county councils is that if you start to restrict the road, you need to light the road. And indeed, the illustration on page 412 does show that there's lighting with that pinch point there. Is it the road going into Petersfield? I don't know. But anyway, wherever it is, it's got lighting. That one's actually got lighting, but they won't. It's one of these things which should be written in, or at least should be looked at, which is, if pinch points are introduced, should there be street lights there as well? Because they can, the highways authorities will say they're dangerous without them. I'm illustrating the point that if one or two other parishes had been involved in the proceedings, you might have got one or two more points would have A, been raised, and B, possibly other issues might have been addressed in a different way.
Okay, so quite a lot of points there. Andrew.
There are a number, but if you need a resume of them, I'm willing to write them down again.
Helpful. I think it might be helpful.
No, not now. Later.
Thank you, Andrew. Debbie.
I'm sorry.
Please, thank you. I think it's a great document, really interesting. I don't think you can rely on the parishes. As we know with SIL, we can't rely on them to basically, spend the SIL money that we award to them. In my experience, it's basically going to be led by, in my case in Hampshire, the County Council. Communications are absolutely key, and you cannot rely on the parish councils and the county councils to necessarily talk to each other. My concern is what happens when you go outside of the park. Where I am, we've got the park boundary going straight through one of my parishes, because you can't have different traffic calming measures with, different styles and different street furniture, etc. So I think it's a great document, but I think there's a lot of work still to be done. And my comment would be, don't expect the parishes to be able to step up and take on any more responsibility. Thank you.
John? Andrew?
On a point of order, as we're in a public meeting, I would say that's not a reasonable statement, that parish councils are going to have to step up and take more responsibility as a likelihood of unitary government. And so I think to make such a sweeping statement about parish councils is not reasonable.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
If I could come back to that, if you look at all the documents that have come out from government regarding local government devolution, it relates to borough and district councils and county councils. It does not specify any changes to the powers and the responsibilities of the towns and parishes. And I'm speaking based on my experience as the county councillor and also as a parish councillor, knowing that the challenges of putting more responsibility on the parish councils today until we know what those additional responsibilities are going to be and how they're going to be funded and resourced to be able to deliver on them.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, that is why a green paper is being introduced by the government in about 2 months' time, directed directly at parish councils as a result of this.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's
Can
will
we
be addressed or not.
Can we leave that point to rest now, please, John?
I'd just like to say I support this document. I think it's very good.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Anybody else? In which case, we have a recommendation here. Can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Thank you very much. And a show of hands to support that recommendation. What's the matter, Andrew?
Chair, we've been making and scribbling notes, and you've very kindly said you'll provide us a resume. I think that's covered under recommendation 2, which is about minor changes to wording.
Yes. Thank you. So, to the recommendation. May I have a show of hands in support, please? Thank you very much. And that concludes the meeting. And it's still Thursday. Indeed, and we'll not reconvene until July, so have a good summer, everybody.